Morning, Murthy sir.
Good morning.
Uh, Myself, Dr. Pankaj Bhamri, and good morning, participants. So, I feel very privileged to introduce Murthy sir, who is having the exceptional work in the cybersecurity domain. So, Mr. Murthy is currently Associate Director and Head of Department of Information Security Services, CDEC, and has long-standing, highly productive and techno-administrative acumen for project proposal submissions to project completion and deployment, feasibility studies, requirement analysis, organization of workshops, seminars, and technical exhibitions. So as part of systems, networks, and cybersecurity teams with technology leadership with more than 20 years of experience, he is passionate about technology and IT management in business transformation. He is think tank member for R&D for system and network security team and IT ICT management. His research management vision and contribution also encompasses into many fields of initiated Param computing facilities at Hyderabad Center. He has initiated cybersecurity services in CDAV and played key role in achieving CERT in impaneled for CDEC during the period of 2013-14 and leading the audit and assessment teams at CDEC. He is involved in designing and developing of IT, ICT, and cyber projects with DRDO, RCI, IICT, University of Hyderabad, NGRI, Manage, and NRID, etc. He is instrumental in designing, developing secured architectures for protocol analysis, incident and network monitoring for critical infrastructure and strategic purposes. He is also instrumental in establishing national labs like ISEA, ND, CRTC labs for capacity and capability building activities in information security. He leads the cybersecurity audit and assessment activities for 30 organizations and more than 500 applications. So it is exceptional work that sir has done in a very limited period of the time. So I congratulate and we are lucky enough. I congratulate him to do some exceptional task while doing his assigned job, and we are lucky enough to that Dr. Murthy has spared some time to deliver expert talk in this short-term training program. So thank you so much, sir. So now, sir, you can start the expert talk upon the topic.
Thank you very much uh, for nice introduction and very good morning, all of you. Today we try to learn basics in the sense because of that what exactly is happening across the globe, even in India, and how do we need to secure ourselves as a person. Of course, in the second session, we may be discussing about various tools that even though these tools are majorly on open source tools, because the cyber security is such a way that any tool, if you take it, commercial tool, that is only the maximum validity is 1 year. Because so one side it is evolving every day, new technologies, new threats, new risks, so that the tool is basically is a valid 1 year. So that the companies are charging these tools and every year, and based on that how they develop various features in that particular product. So the investment of developing cybersecurity products a lot, so the cost of the products also as much as based on that what exactly they're adding the features. So that's what every time they are paying. So as a being, you are all maybe most of them are from faculty or PhD students and students. We cannot invest. Even the organization can invest for their security, but while you are doing research, so investing such kind of commercial tools is very difficult. So that how we can use the open source tools in the cybersecurity for the purpose. But before that, first session, we will discuss about what is happening across the global with respect to malware and what kind of attacks It's simply, as you look into that, majorly the people will look about the security of organization by the security, implementing various security tools, methodologies, technologies, and all. But when you are coming as a person, the and when you are securing a particular organization, so people are also very much important. So people, technology, process, these three are very much important to implement any kind of cybersecurity implementation uh, when you are trying to take care of a particular organization. And of course, it's not only organization when you are taking a research project also. While you are starting something, you are the main important. Your data is very much important. So how do you deal with the data? That way, from there itself starts. How do you collect the data, the importance of data, the privacy of data, including how you manage as a person, as a people. That's what people is very important. So that is where you need to have some kind of policies. That policies are basically are very important to secure a particular data for your research. So this is where, whether it is individual or whether it is organizational level, the things are very important to secure by yourself and by organizations. Let me share my presentation and we will just hope these slides are visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So now we will see that a little bit about the global cybercrime statistics. Let's take example. There were 144.91 million new malware samples in 2019. So already 38.48 million new samples in 2020 by April 2020. 93% six of malware observed is polymorphic, meaning it has the ability to constantly change its code to evade detection. That means when you get in a virus 1.0, that virus can become as in a 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. The first time when you are identifying that virus say as a 1.0 and you cleaned it, or there is a uh, there is a patch for that particular virus given by your company, whatever the antivirus you are using, like an update. So, but it can come as an a 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Like that, it is continuously running. That means the attacker is writing code in such a way that even though somebody is able to block my 1.0, there could be another plan B, plan C, like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. That is where the most of the malwares at present are very much polymorphic. It's changes its code within a time period, or it may be constantly change, or by understanding your system, it can change its code to evade detection. It's a major point is that you should not detect. That's what the code is changing. Now, malicious hackers are now attacking computers and networks at the rate of one attack every 39 seconds. We generally believe that uh, a human being can speak 6,000 words in a day. Of course, if you are a part of faculty or you are a public speaker, definitely you can speak more than 6,000 words. But however, at the same time, we all observing that there are 6,000 malwares are coming. But all these 6,000 malwares are not part of your computer, or not part of whatever you are doing the job. Because let's say a person using Windows machine, that person may be using Windows based application in his computer. So out of these 6,000 samples, what we are getting, Maybe few of them are related to Windows and Windows. Similarly, a person who is using Linux related applications, maybe there are uh, some kind of a signatures may be available to attack your that particular Linux system. So these 6,000 samples are related to a different kind of operating system, different kind of applications. Maybe you are one of among them. You also have this problem of like what is that prone to attack. Of course, by the time your computer is updated with good patches and you are updated everything, this particular thing may not be working to you. So that is where, so we need to, the people in general says that you need to update your computer on day basis, because on day, every day you are getting new 6,000 malwares. So definitely you need to update your computer, you update your applications on day basis. So if you're looking into the global scenario, the total malware is increasing every year, because as many as devices are increasing, as many as viruses also increasing. See, these 93.6 malware detected was only seen on a single PC. This is the highest yearly rate we have ever seen, although the number has been about 90% since 2014 version. But that means from 2014 onwards, so that attacks on average basis, what we discussed in a day basis, but in a year basis, 93%, 93.6 percentage of malware definitely is targeted to your PC, whether it could be a Windows, whether it could be Linux, Macs, they were trying their best to come into your system. So out of the endpoints reporting of infection and a particular infection, 62% were consumer devices, home devices, while 38% were business systems, like an organization-based system. So these are the some of the statistics, like 46.3% is encountered only one infection means. So this 46.3% of the computers are affected with only one infection, where 35% approximately encountered with the 2 to 5 missions. So there only the 10%, lesser than 10% had more than 10 infections for a particular PC. So that is where we need to understand this global, that which how the people are trying to come into your system, where we need to be very careful. If you're looking to the global scenario, Mexico was the hardest country by cyber attacks in 2019, with 94%, approximately 93.9% of all surveyed companies at least once attacked in last 1 year, at least once in a year. So if you are coming to see that there is no in this list, India is not there, but these are the only the top 15 as per my knowledge, but definitely the top 20th company. Maybe I don't know, but so something like in Mexico, Spain, Italy were in the 2019 in the list of this one. So, but if you are looking about then India, rise in numbers throughout the years, if it is increasing every day, every year, like if you see that in the 2012, there are 3,477 cases are reported, where in 2019, 44,546 are reported. It's like in a peak is going on its own. But if you are adding 2022, it may be a nearly 90 or even the 1 lakh, above 1 lakh cybercrime cases, as because of the pandemic, there are a lot of attacks were happened. So it is a 63% growth of every year from last 2016 onwards. And but reporting case, these are only some kind of an reported cases, but however, non-reported cases are maybe you can have an at least 5 times than this number. Now coming to our subject is a malware. So most of the people are doing research on this malware reverse engineering. See, 10 years back, we used to say anything as in a virus. but virus is part of malware. So because its name came as a malicious software, is intentionally designed to cause damage to a computer, a server, a client, or computer network. So that if I designed a program to steal something of a remote system, for the stealing that if I writing some code, that code itself as a called malicious software. A wide variety of types of malware exist, including like a viruses, worms, Trojan horses, ransomware, spyware, adware, rogue software, and scareware. We will see the what exactly the difference between these terms one by one. So when it is coming to the malware, the term virus and the malware are often used interchangeably, is because of malware is a kind of a term for any type of malicious software as the name it belongs to, regardless of how it works. uh, Virus may be having one kind of behavior, may be having another kind of behavior, but all these programs are intended to design for a particular attack on a computer. That's what we call as a malware, and how it can be distributed. This malware is also is one of the part of the malware. But viruses are majorly designed to damage its target computer by corrupting data, reformatting your hard disk, or completely shutting down your system. Or maybe if you are using computer 10 years back or 15 years back, your computer used to restart for a specific time or specific random time. So why I'm saying specific random time is, so one of the virus is used in designed in such a way that the first time is 10 seconds, the second time is 20 seconds, third time is 50 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes in a random time, change of time of every time restarting the machine. So virus is a specific type of malware that self-replicates by inserting its code into other program. So it's a self-replication. I mean, this particular virus called as a worm also. But let's take an example. If you are in a classroom, closed classroom environment, and your professor or your lecturer is might be having some flu, uh, generally who would be the affected most in that closed classroom? So everybody thinks that the first benchers may be the most affected persons to get that flu from their lecture or their professor. But it's not exactly, because whoever weakest person, which who is not taking food properly and who is not sleeping properly the before need, maybe is the reason for that particular to get an immediately, even if he sits in the last bench. Because you know that you even the one coronavirus, oh, we all use it to be strong to fight corona. We need to have kind of a good food, good sleep, then only we can fight with corona. In the same impulse, when your computer is good and maintained a very healthy condition, these viruses could not come. But however, viruses are more software oriented. The people are very much important who is using that computer, because a virus comes through some media. Either it could be uh, USB, or it could be email, or it could be a download. So because we do this, we open an attachment in email, we download a file from an internet or unknown source. Uh, so when you double click, then only virus may come. When double click, then only it can sit in your computer and it can do whatever that particularly designed. So uh, so human intervention is very much important. But when it comes to worm is not like that. Worm generally comes on its own. But however, there could be a media is required, some medium is required to bring that home also to your computer. But once it is there in your computer, it can it can do a self-replicating program, and it can, when it is connected to another computer, it can go there. If the similar kind of vulnerability exists in the remote system, which are both are connected. But in virus case, so only in that system itself would be there. Virus cannot travel without a human intervention. But once worm comes, worm is generally traveling on its own. It's because of its self-replicating program. Trojan horse is a basically Trojan enters your system and disguises it as a normal application, harmless file, or a program to trick users into downloading and installing malware. Sometimes what exactly when you are accessing your website, forcibly another website will come so that you can access that website when you click something. So like it is like you look like in a legitimate website only, but you have to close it. Even the sometimes closing also a file could be a possibility of downloading can happen. So as soon as you install a Trojan, like you are giving a cyber criminals access to your system. So this allows the cyber criminal to steal your data, install more malware, modifying the files, monitor user activity, destroying data. It can steal also some kind of any critical information such as the financial things. Sometimes it can do denial of service attacks also. So what is exactly denial of service attack? Let's say example you take if somebody asking you what is your email ID, so anybody can say what is your, somebody can type your Gmail ID in the, so anybody is interested to type your Gmail ID in chat box? So thank you, smanveer290gmail.com. So what is exactly s.manveer290gmail? I understand that this is this particular Gmail ID is s.manveer. What exactly I require to crack his Gmail ID? The basically his details. See, I know his name. So Manveer, maybe what kind of password he will keep? Manveer at 123, Manveer at 321. If Manveer parents' names, if I know that, maybe one of the parent name can be a part of that. Or Manveer friends.
क्लास में
Manveer,
फोन पे लगाया थे जाना
yeah, somebody speaking. Please mute your. I request, please mute your voice. Okay, basically, based on the whatever that profile of Manveer, I can easily track, I can easily guess his password. But I don't want password. What I do is that I'll go to the gmail.com and I'll give 5 things what I know, different words I can type it. Then what happens? If 5 things, 5 different passwords, I will give it for each time, so that generally the website that the Gmail would be blocked or locked. So that means what I have done, Manveer290 Gmail, he cannot access because I tried different passwords. While for resetting his password, he may be using some techniques like his mobile and all. So what happens? So basically, he will reset by getting an OTP from Gmail, etc., etc. Maybe it takes at least 2 to 3 minutes. But I'll write a script in such a way that open a Gmail and enter this email ID and give any 5 different passwords of my database. This file, this script will run in internet for every 2 minutes. What happens? Is resetting, by the time resetting, somebody is changing password, automatically it is happening. So I denied his access to his Gmail ID. So this is what the denying of a service, a particular person of his own Gmail ID. So it can be done by hosting a different what you can say that the same scripts and different places anonymously and can be done. So my attack is distributed across various scripts and various systems to attack him. So that is what denial of distributed denial of service attack. So this is also, it can happen to do that particular denial of service attack. I make this Trojan horse could be useful for to reduce the resources, killing the memory process so that the services won't properly available. So similarly, spyware. The spyware is installed on your computer without your knowledge. Spyware is designed to track your browsing habits and internet activity. Excuse me. Spying capabilities can include activity monitoring, collecting keystrokes, like in keyloggers, or even the software, some keylogger softwares available. Whatever you type, that particularly thing would be noted down and it would be sent it to the as in a bot. So spyware can spread by exploiting software vulnerabilities, bundling with legitimate software as an Trojans. That means if I have a vulnerability, then I will try to use that vulnerability and I'll create a kind of a system.exe file and forward that, so that and I'll keep in your C directory and Windows directory this system.exe file, where either it merged with one of the system file or it is acting as a separate system file, so that you cannot install. If you install uninstall it, your operating system may crash. So that system.exe continuously monitoring you and recording your keyloggers and sending the information to me. So it's like a system file, it's like a Trojan, and it is like a legitimate software working as that and is spying each and every activity whatever you're doing. You type google.com, I'll get it. You type password, I'll get it. So it spies on you, this particular spyware. So it's adware is another form of malware, basically which presents unwanted advertisements to the user of the computer. Let's say this is a major problem in the 10 years back. When anything you click it, there are a lot of advertisements who use it to come as in a separate boxes where you need to close each and every box and use that. Nowadays, of course, because of artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques, your whomever that vendor like an Amazon, Flipkart, they were remembering your details intelligently. They are collecting the data. That means they are doing spying on you, what you are accessing, what kind of interest you are searching, what searching various items to buy something, and even you close that browser and coming back in next day, so they were giving any advertisements, related advertisements. Even though you are using different browser, still you are able to give advertisements because of the, you might have attached the Gmail ID of your browser, so that based on your Gmail ID, it is remembering what is your interest. Next time, whether you are accessing any page, other page, even though you are not accessing even particular page of Flipkart or Amazon, still you are accessing your research also, there are advertisements. So adware, advertising supported software that generates revenue for its developer. For every click, they may get a penny, or even the 0.00 penny is getting. Like if 1 crore people are able to see that data, that advertisement, even the 1 crore into 0.0.1 is a huge money for them on day basis. So this is where we need to take care of this particular adware also. The next one is scareware. Scareware is a form of malware which uses social engineering to cause shock, anxiety, or the perception of threat in order to manipulate users into buying unwanted software. See, while you are accessing any website, they will give an advertisement in such a way that so your computer is affected with a lot of virus. Until you clean this page won't open. Until you install this software, your computer may crash. Such kind of advertisements will come on us. So scareware is a malicious software that tricks computer users into visiting malware infected websites. as though known as deception software, where like in a kind of a fraudware may come in the form of pop-ups, and nowadays it is very much reducing because of the by default they are blocking. But if you enable pop-ups, automatically these advertisements may come. The fraudsters also use other tactics such as sending out spam email to distribute as much as scareware. So ransomware, the most of the organizations affected last 2 to 3 years with this malware itself. Ransomware is a type of malware that hold your data captive and demands payment to release the data back to you. It restricts user access to the computer by either encrypting files on the hard drive or locking down the system. The basically is what happens. So if your system is not updated, a particular patch windows, and this malware comes using various vulnerabilities, when you double click or entire, there is no need to double click also. If he is getting the control, he can encrypt each and every file of your entire system. Anything you wanted to use that file, you need to pay some ransomware. Once the attacker is paid, system and data will back to its original state. He may be sharing the key. Sometimes what happens, so they are not able to, because this attack is not target based attack. The target based attack means you are not the target. So in the process of targeting across multiple clients, you may be one of the victim in that. And let's say tape is only one key to decrypt. If somebody is buying that one key and sharing with all other 10 members, so he won't get benefit anything. That's what he is encrypting. He is doing with the 10 to 15 keys, and he is sending to everybody. Wherever the system is having such kind of vulnerability, and if it is affected, so one of these 15 keys may work to decrypt. So decrypting that particular thing, so you should know that for one of the 15 keys. So that is where you need to call. Sometimes even the attacker doesn't know what key it will work. He cannot share all 15 keys. While even after paying it to the attacker, sometimes it won't work. So that is what it is happening across world. In 2019, the US was hit by unprecedented and unrelenting barrage of ransomware attacks that impacted at the potential cost of $7.5 billion rupees. All municipal government agencies, healthcare providers, schools, universities were affected with this. This can be extremely costly. For example, an attack involving NotPetya ransomware cost shipping from the Maersk more is a 200 million. So they were lost the 200 million. And US, Brazil, India, Vietnam, and Turkey are the countries with the most ransomware attacks. Even in India also, if you look into that, one of the university in Hyderabad and one of the police organization affected a lot in 2018. And surprisingly, if you look into that, there are 1,000 systems are there in that university with only 426 systems only affected. That means the remaining 600, more than 600 systems are not affected with the same ransomware because of the only one reason, not patched. They are the little bit old systems. That's what they are not able to patch it. Based on that, they don't want to do that. But other remaining 600 systems, they were recently upgraded and bought new things and made it and updated by them. So that's what the change. It's similar to that police organization also. What they bought recently and updated, they were not affected. But what are the systems which are not updated and has gone surveys? So that could be affected a lot. So basically, phishing emails, lack of training awareness, weak passwords are some of the top causes of ransomware attacks. If you click something, it will be automatically download. And what to click, how to check your cyber security, health, or hygiene of your system or your access. If if you have a lack of training and awareness, what is exactly weak passwords are some of the top. So most of the people use admin at 123, CDAC at 123, or any user ID, CDAC at 123, any user ID or college at 123. Say for this, basically we use such kind of behavior to not to worry as much as in the accessing. But the same thing is also apply for the attacker. He cannot, he also not to take as much as hard to access your computers to load like system.exe file and run in a malware. So always we suggest you that you keep a better, strong, and you can also remember that password. Some people may keep a strong password with 10 to 12 characters, all special characters. But you need to follow a small trick. Like you take it, example, shopping, or maybe your password is itself shopping. Instead of yes, you use dollar, instead of uh, zero or wo, you use zero. Wherever I comes, you use exclamatory. These are the simple techniques. You can keep it. You know that the password is swapping, but not exactly the swapping SHOPPING. Instead of that, you are changing your keys. Some keys like wherever I comes, exclamatory, wherever G comes, 9, you can use it. But still, this swapping password is weak. Like how we are thinking, even the attacker also can think. So having a business continuity and disaster recovery solutions are in better positions to recover back. So it is always suggests that you need to manage some kind of in a business continuity plan, so that if something is down, how do we continue my business? If I'm doing research, your computer is affected and entire data is deleted. So what's about your research data? You might have taken a data backup, so immediately you can start your business without anything further delay, and yeah. So that if something is down, you can get the something other place that is called disaster recovery solutions are in better positions to recover back, and is one of the recover control of this ransomware attacks. So individuals or users are also not spared. It's not like these are targeting in organizations. So there is a 2 lakh, more than 2 lakh unique users, and their computers data is encrypted in 2019 in one quarter. Let's you take as many as target. So this is what the first one is crypto wall 2014-16 is almost extorted $18 million. Tesla Crypt 2015, uh, almost $76,522. And WannaCry has affected a lot of systems, 2 lakh. Of course, crypto locker is the first one, but the variant is the crypto wall from there itself. So 75% of Indian CXOs admit they lack confidence in their company's cybersecurity processes. The process are naam ke vaste. So many organizations will keep their processes, but no one follows. So that 75% attacks are happening because of this reason only. And share of respondents whose security operations centers collaborate and share data with others in the industry. So in the enterprise organization, they will collect a lot of data with respect to user, with respect to application, with respect to technologies in that company, and collate at one place. But if somebody is sharing this information to any other competitive company, against cybersecurity attack can happen. 69% of respondents say their budgets to combat cyber threats increased over the past 12 months. Yes, whatever you are buying, when we are buying car, we'll take care of in such a way that we'll keep it locked in garage or in a safe place. So when you are buying as many as devices, their security is very much important. You need to invest something for your security not to last. So if you are coming to the global statistics of cybercrime, the United States of America with the 23% is all other countries, and 2% is 9% is China, and all other countries are 19%. But however, so India is with 3%. So ransomware statistics, 44.4% people were not paid any ransom, but they were able to recover the data. That means definitely they are having a business continuity plan or disaster recovery plan with respect to their data, with respect to their operations. That is where they are able to survive. But 17.5% people said we paid the ransom but lost our data. So this is what reason I told. So even after paying the ransomware, the whatever that attacker has said that key is not paying, not suitable for decrypting the data because of so many reasons. What are the data and what type of data and how it look like? You are not saved properly and given that. So they have their own mapping keys would be there. So you may be sharing one key, two key, three key, and maybe he's thinking that when you are asking second time, it's like you are trying to get all the keys. That is where they were not that whatever the one key is said, it may not work and you may lost. Again, for second key, you need to pay some another amount. 27.6 people, yes, we paid the ransom and recovered the data. So only the 27.6% people only able to recover their data by paying ransomware. And 10.6% we didn't pay the ransom and they also lost the data. The top malwares in 2020 are like WinRAR malware. So you may be downloading WinRAR, but where you are downloading, is it WinRAR software is the right place where an original vendor who developed this particular WinRAR, from there you are downloading, or for any commercial software advertising software company you are downloading. So definitely you need to check, you need to use MD5 one time this one, so that whether it is integrity is right or not. Fake SS updates. So the SS company, Taiwan company, the fake SS updates are wide because your IoT devices increasing on day by day, including the cameras and all. So widespread of IoT attacks are growing, and robs bank accounts. Nowadays, power is more, computing power. So people are buying GPUs, but respect to NVIDIA graphics software is having its patched, and most of the people are able to crack your hardware with. SMBs is basically long back onwards. These are the one of the problem. Your account, Facebook account taking, like so many are the 10 top 10 are there. Now let's go to the basically the crimes. Breaking into a building with the internet intent to steal. Generally, when you something is steal, traditional, you may break a window or you may break door and enter into that and steal the things. The same thing here you can apply here, computer or network intrusion, providing unauthorized access. But the thing is that when you are dealing with the legal aspects, see, the stealing means what exactly? Stealing means you are entering in a somewhere in a home and stealing a particular device. That means what? That device is moved from home to your place. So something you bought through hands. So you lost that device as an owner of that home. But here in computer, the file is there. The file is copied but not deleted. The file is with you only. But the same file I copied and I'm keeping at my place. File is moved, but your file is also there. So how can we say this one as a stealing? We never steal. Steal means that entire thing to be moved from one place to another place. This is what one of the judiciary question as per the legal litigation problems in 2000. That's what we got, IT 2000 Act. So like if you see the telephone tapping, criminals who call their victims and ask for their financial or personal identity information, traditional in the phone, but in internet, like a telephone tapping, I can listen also, or somebody ask the through telephone, but here I can send a link, phishing link, and get a details. Or even while you are transacting a particular transaction on internet, I can collect the data and see that you are thing. So phishing is a way of acquiring information such as usernames, password, PIN, bank account, and card details by masquerading as a trustworthy entity through electronic communication means. So otherwise, the deceptive callers and phishing is one kind of program. Now, extortion is illegal use of force or one's official position or powers to obtain property or friends. So hacking into controlling various organization databases, promising to release control back to the company if funds are received or some other demand satisfied like a ransomware. The same extortion can be done through internet also. That like illegal use of force of one's official position or powers to obtain property or funds. Fraud is like a deceit, trickery, sharp practice, or breach of confidence where confidential information only intended to owners, perpetrated for profit or to gain some unfair or dishonest advantage. A broad category of fraud schemes that use one or more components of the internet, like what we discussed. For phishing attack, you required like you need to have a similar kind of web server, and sending the you required email IDs, various email IDs whom you are targeting. These are some of the things required, transaction, financial, and other parties. So identity theft is one of the key element here. Basically, identity theft is impersonating or presenting oneself as another in order to gain access or gain information or gain reward. Let's say, like if I take your details, your name and your address, your details and apply credit card, but only given my address. I have taken your Aadhaar card. I created a duplicate Aadhaar card, signed and submitted and everything. Card is your name, photo is my name, photo is mine, and card address is also mine. And based on your name, I can create an address proof also. So your identity is there. We stole and used entire information, because all these I collected through that what he have given Xerox copy, what he have submitted some Xerox copy of your certificates, your Aadhaar. Based on that, I made my all fraud and get a credit card. So what kind of benefit I'll get it? The first time I'll use for 75,000 of limit of whatever your 1 lakh card. Similarly, I'm doing for 1,000 members, 1,000 into 75. So that whatever that 75,000 people. So what is the money? Use money. So the wrongful obtaining and using of another person identity information by authorized access to gain the individual stuff is nothing but. There are child exploitation when it is coming to the traditional criminal victimization of minors for indecent purpose. But here also cyberbullying using computers and networks to facilitate the criminal victimization of the minors. So if any person without permission of the owner or in charge of a computer, so whether he could be access or secures access to a computer or downloads copies of extract data, introduce computer containment of a malware, or damaging computer data, database, or any kind of other programs, or disrupts your computer, your network, or causing like a denial of service, provides assistance to facilitate illegal access. All these will come under cyber crimes. So what are that? What your device is knows know about you? Most of the people uses a very high end smartphone numbers, smart mobiles. Even though they don't require some of the things, major things, but they may take these smart mobiles. I won't comment on that for showing off, but definitely most of the members doesn't know about why they were using such kind of a mobile, where it is required. Most of the features are required for him. Let's say, but what is exactly, whether it's a computer or your desk or a phone in your pocket, your devices retain lot of personal data. And all of that information may be vulnerable to cyber criminals. It could be a credit card, it could be your Aadhaar card number, it could be a password, it could be a deleted files, it could be a text messages. A lot of things are there. So don't let your guard down just because you are on a mobile device. Be careful as you would on a desktop. So it's like you need to treat, because that whatever the mobile device in your hand is very powerful computer. So if you ask me that my first desktop computer in CDAC with a 4 GB hard disk and 64 MB RAM and Pentium 2 processor machine, I used it in CDAC in 2000s. So that power, that computer is a very good computer where I'm able to load Visual Studio, be able to Oracle database, Lotus 123 mail server, and Visual Studio means like Visual Basic, a lot of programs which we have run on Windows NT 3.1, 3.4.0. So now that 64 MB RAM, you can't do anything. But your mobile is having now 4 GB, 6 GB, even the 8 GB high-end smartphones, which is very powerful computer. You can do everything on that computer itself, all your personal need. So you have to be very careful with respect to various features like Wi-Fi, apps, browser, Bluetooth. It's missing. How phishing can happen on through emails. The phishing, you may be getting a lot of messages to open your links on is missing, and somebody may call you as a phishing also. So when you're looking at about the classification of cyber crimes, the cyber crime can be defined on three ways. One is cyber crime against an individual, any member, whether you are researcher, faculty, or a government job holder, or you are a businessman. The cybercrime against an individual, and cybercrime against a property. Maybe property means your intelligence itself is a property, like intellectual property crime. And cyber crimes of an organization. Maybe you're working in a university, college, or an organization. There are some things are there. Whereas an individual, phishing, spamming, phishing, which you get a link where when you click the link, based on that link, like in a bank website, it's look like in a bank website, so that you will give your own username password to enter into that website. But however, that phishing was targeted for getting the your username and password. Spamming, cyber defamation, cyber talking, so email spoofing, salami attack. Salami attack is a kind of attack where in your account, every account, they were deducting 1 rupee on every month. So you wanted to collect that one rupee, you have to go bank. That means you have to spend more than 3 rupees. And it's not actually bank is not collecting. Somebody is this kind of salami attack where it is deducting 1 rupee from each and every account of that particular bank. Let's take example. Any bank is having 1,000 like a 1 crore accounts in India. So if they are every month deleting 1 rupee from each account, so 1 crore rupee is benefiting. Every month they are doing 12 rupees. So this is what the salami attack would be done. Similarly, when it is coming to the cybercrime against property, the first property, all your property is basically the intellectual property. What kind of research you are doing? That research where whether it is required any critical data. If somebody is stolen that entire research and submitted by himself, then what would be there? Similarly, cyber squatting, hacking, alerting unauthorized way, logic bombs, Trojan horse. Trojan horse we discussed. A logic bomb is nothing but the similar kind of Trojan only, but when he attacks immediately, you may be looking about your logs and all, you will find it out. So that's he already came, he might have come and installed, but that would be after 6 months, 8 months, so that you cannot identify who is that person, how that came into the system. You may be maybe blaming somebody who recently accessed or at the time who are accessed that one. Hacking, password thefts, denial of service attacks, virus attacks, mail bombing, such kind of attacks are cybercrime organization. When we are part of cybersecurity, and we all know that we understand that basically uh, what kind of attacks, threats we are we are facing. We should know, because otherwise, being in this as an individual also, so this is very important, and even in future it will attack as many as. So whatever the student and whatever the subject you are doing, what different streams are doing, cyber security is must for everybody as an individual. And whatever the property or things you are doing as a research, the cyber security adding is very crucial for you. Of course, organization you take care of those things. But coming to the identity theft, see, a person who is thinking about that where exactly the ATM, maybe he want to take some kind of a money, but at the same time somebody is following and doing a shopping, then so that so basically uh, so he is following, and whenever he is taking money, he is understanding. This man had a black and white striped shirt and he ran off with my card. So once he understood your OTP and all, he simply taken that card and using for that card. So identity theft and identity fraud won't affect me. That is what confidence level of every member, including you, me also. What they will do with my data, even if they do something, I don't have any money. But money is not only criteria. Identity theft happens for everything. Using your name and traveling for a kind of uh, activity where is illegal. So if something is investigating, identify that your thing, not who did this identity theft. So we need we whatever our thinking process needs to be changed. I use an internet security suite, so I am completely protected. See, internet security is everything, protects your computer. So by this time, antivirus companies, everybody is used to do that antivirus company only. Why they were doing so many things? So antivirus or internet security software is capable of doing something, but it's also limited to so many activities with respect to cyber. Nobody would interested in stealing my identity is not at all the right thing, because I have already given example. They may be using this data for any other illegal activity, so that to avoid with themselves. Your identity is very valuable commodity. We cannot say maybe, it's definitely is a valuable commodity. Your name itself is a valuable a lot for your family. You need it to function on everyday life. Am I right? Wherever you go, wherever you travel, you have to prove yourself that you are. Maybe sometimes unintentionally or intentionally, we may forget something and we may try to do that. So that accessing for corporate, let's say you forgot corporate your office ID, but while entering, you are using your power. You are a businessman, you are a personal. So this all things are not at all thing. Whatever kind of business you are doing, identity theft can happen. So there are a lot of techniques are there, but before going to the techniques, the identity theft is the misuse of an identity, such as your name, date of birth, current and previous addresses. Suppose while submitting your Xerox copy of Aadhaar card to a mobile, what mobile provider at in a retail store, what is the guarantee that the same Aadhaar card Xerox copy could be used for getting another telephone connectivity, mobile connectivity, where that mobile use it for some criminal purposes. That's what we always recommend. you have to write what purpose you are submitting this card and date and when and where, so that they should not use, they have some kind of a problem. It's not a problem. They won't do any kind of a fraud by using your identity card. Identity fraud is the use of misappropriate identity in criminal activity. So, so basically, the major difference in misusing the identity is the identity theft, and using that identity theft thing to for making a kind of a fraud is called identity fraud. So let's take example of this particular website, irclc.co.in. irclc.co.in. But when you look this website, what you feel like that? This is irctc.co.in. But we never observe this CLC. You look at it like an irctc.co.in. So if I wanted to access our okay, website is there, we'll see that what are the trains are there, whether pandemic trains are running or not. Just you will go and check that username and password. But actually it goes to some other database because all keystrokes of this page are logged at server. The original website is loaded here and will try to enter his credential and enter into the website. So that means once you entered, it says some kind of a message that your credentials are not matched, but actually you have given your right credentials only. Then it is moving to the irctc.co.in, and you may be giving again the username password so that it will go and some kind of actual pages is showed. So that means you don't know somebody is stolen your irctc.co.in details by the time. So what is this technology? How they use it? In the simple website, see what is he writing? There is an evil.com.key that one PHP is running. Every 2 seconds, the keystrokes are sent to evil.com website, because if keystrokes length where XHR, new XHR is be copied to evil.com.kphp. Okay, so then is automatically irctc.co.in. Once he gets the page, it redirects to irctc.co.in page, and they will send it to the website loaded into form, so that you don't know that first time your things were stolen. You think that always that you are given wrong, you are pressed wrong key, so that password doesn't match, and again second time when you are given that you are able to access, but by the time evil.com already stolen your data. So when you type like any username, my username, password is like that, evil.com server will record your all keystrokes. Like similarly, clickjacking. When you look at the clickjacking, basically, what is exactly clickjacking? Clickjacking is nothing but hacking the victim's click by hiding the attack website behind original website. So I'll give a kind of an advertisement, where transparent advertisement on a website, where when you click that, the transparent one will take you into another web page. The target web application is loaded within the transparent top layer, while a dummy web application is loaded within the bottom opaque layer. So attackers leverage frame sets and style sheets in order to create such kind of a opaque bottom and transparent top layers within the victim's browser. So victim does not understand this kind of an opaque browsing bottom and transparent things. He simply gives the details so that the details will be loaded and forward to the respective attacker's place. Like this. Actually, it is the best game ever played, but when you click play, enter to the Twitter, and sharing with the Twitter could be taken and use your clicking as a plus point. So there are a lot of advertisements you might be seeing that So when you visit Facebook, people are most majorly worrying about likes rather than sharing the information. So when there is a, you need to Facebook like, when you click Facebook like, so basically it's actually it's not Facebook like. Nobody gives it like if you wanted that. See, because liking, when you likes it only you will give it. But if I give an advertisement, click here for free iPad, so people are ready to click iPad. But when you are clicking iPad, but actually you are clicking in parallel to the Facebook like also. This is one kind of getting an highest likes for my post, because if I request, I have to request so many people to like my page and to like my post, where there is no good responses. Why people will like me, my post, until they likes, they won't post it. So that's what I created an advertisement. You click it for an iPad or iPhone. Some of the people definitely will attract this advertisement. They will try to click and they play game. See, we always use it to observe. We always use it to observe. There is a game running of a small dog is running from left side to right side, and you have to keep him as perfectly clicking into that one place so that you will get an iPad, or you will get like an points to get an iPad. Such game I introduce it for everything you are clicking for that, keeping into the right place that picture. I am getting in a click, a like in my Facebook. That's what click jacking. So that it would be like a transparent. What is exactly they use the technology behind this click jacking? Multiple manual distrusting applications sharing the same display. An attacker application compromises context integrity of another application user interface when the user acts as another user. That means the context integrity is nothing but visual integrity and temporal integrity. Now, so that's what these both techniques mix करके use करते हैं ये for defining and click jacking के लिए. So it can be done for complete website, or it can be done only for partial website by using CSS opacity. Like if you see, look into that, where exactly even the people cannot recognize when they looking about this, but if they can do for entire complete website, and some place partially you can use it also, that possible here like this. So basically it is a compromising of visual integrity. Let's say pointer. So basically is the manipulating the cursor pointer, where when you click for iPad, is always clicking for both. So like in a bait and switch technology, we would say. Thus the user clicks can be hijacked by using the CSS opacity and hover techniques. This is the whomever that CSS guys can do easily with the other guys spotting. Uh, Sometimes what happens when you are enabling some kind of this enabling, like when you start video, they may say that you have to start, click this, always ask, always hello, always do. So when you click that, so that's where uh, skip, this is the fake cursor, but when you skip this ad, when you click, so but actually you're clicking to allow this camera access. So such kind of things also can happen. So that's what this click jacking is very important. When you are clicking in a website, how you are clicking, where you have to clicking, you are whether is really required, you need to look into that and avoid this technique. Coming to the social engineering, socializing is an attack vector that relies heavily on human interaction and often involves manipulating people into breaking normal security procedures. Of course, identity theft also could be used if your identity card is having a chip to get into a particular room. So I can steal your identity card and can go into the office. So this by socially moving while you are playing or while you are discussing, if you are keeping an identity card at a table, so I can use these things also. Best practices in order to gain access to systems networks, or physical locations are for financial gain. Let's take one example. So there is a call came to the engineering college where they were said that the call is from Microsoft. So we are calling from Microsoft. So we understand that your engineering college is having more than 2,000 computers in across the labs, but however, we understand that you have taken only 100 licenses from Microsoft. So we observed that there are 1900 machines or not Microsoft, and you're using pirated Microsoft software as per my records. So could you please connect to your manager? Then manager is passes, then a kind of administrator will tell you that the otherwise manager itself telling that thank you very much for calling. Um, as rightly you said that there are 100 machines are Microsoft machines, but most of our student machines are Linux based machines. They never use commercial operating systems. They only use open source based Linux operating systems. So these 100 licenses are only for the office purpose, not for the student purposes. That's what we bought only 100 licenses. Then that lady asked, okay, then let me know what kind of operating systems you installed and what are those numbers. Because he felt it's a legitimate call from Microsoft. He's saying that proudly we are most 70% is open source. We are using Ubuntu 14.x, 16.x, and some other operating system names he will give it. But I called that engineering call as because of what kind of operating systems they are posting. Why? Because if I know the target, what is the operating system, it will be easy for me to attack that those systems. Otherwise, I need to understand whether what kind of operating system, what kind of version, all the things. Then only I can use the proper tools with respect to the operating system. If this information, if I'm getting through social engineering by a phone call, so that would be the great rather than using my fingerprints, my footprints while I am attacking, collecting the data, what kind of systems. So phishing, spear phishing, baiting, and whaling, all these are coming under social engineering. Let's take example of baiting. Baiting is like intentionally I left in a USB drive while I visited your engineering college. So you have seen my USB drive, but you don't know that USB drive whom that belongs to. So that's what you enabled to your computer. So once you enabled, then automatic that whatever the auto malwares are installed in your computer, and that install one of the malware is my malware where I can connect anytime when you are connecting that computer on internet. Such kind of can be done so through baiting or spear phishing or phishing. So all these examples belongs to social engineering uh, based on the only basic methodology, but target may be a different target purpose, different things we do it. A phishing attack is a simple on the surface, but however, with the business attacks, hackers to do extra research to make the email appear more legitimate. So that kind of research is also must required to attack also. A bot is a short for a robot, is an automated program that runs over the internet. For example, a chatbot might warn a user if his or language is inappropriate. A botnet is a collection of internet connected devices infected by a malware that allow hackers to control them. So basically, he installed across wherever the vulnerabilities are there through some of the exploit, he enters into that particular system, and from there he would like to take control through that particular bot. So they may use these botnets to instigate botnet attacks, which include malicious activities such as the credentials leaks, data leaks, unauthorized access, data theft, DDoS attacks, also continuously sending as many as packets where that target computer can't bear the load of that this one, so that computer restarts. The installation of malware on the victim's computer without victim's consent to build the botnet is illegal, and the activity the botnet conducts also may be illegal. Then flood attacks. Flood attacks occur when a network or service becomes so weighted down with packets initiating incomplete connection requests that it can no longer process genuine connection requests. By flooding a server or host with a connection that cannot be completed, the flood attack eventually fills the host memory buffer. Once memory buffer is filled, the system would be restarted. So if it is a high-end server and a loaded server, restarting server again, come back, it takes 15 minutes. That means the 15 minutes your website is not there. Suppose this website belongs to a stock market where 15 minutes it may changes as much as the price value of a particular stock. So the flood attacks can be controlled through various firewall, IDS technologies. Uh, let's say take example, a person is sending in a SYN packet. SYN packet is a synchronization packet of three-way handshake, where it is a must first sync packet you need to send it to access a particular system. Based on the SYN packet, that system should give acknowledgement. But here acknowledgement in such a way that I modified the packet, the acknowledgement should send it to a particular target. Like I instruct all targets to send as much as data to a particular target so that the target may be down by having a kind of a denial of service attack. So coming to the phishing attacks, a hacker targets a company or a person using social network or other internet data. He finds some kind of an with employee access to company and data systems. Then following the social trial, he identifies other people uh, because of information gathering techniques. He will identify other people, the employee he may know, or that is where that. Like if I know that if I'm attacking a particular person, I should know his email ID. A fake but recognizable email address is created to impersonate a colleague or boss. A personalized email is sent to the employee from the fake address with a link or attachment. The email passes the spam filter and arrives at the employee's inbox. The email is opened because they know the sender, see one of the sender's name only. A link is clicked or attachment is opened. The hacker uses the back to steal that information. Of course, the opened website causes credentials to be stolen, malware to be installed once he click the link, clicked that attachment are opened, and opened attachment causes malware to infect the computer or smartphone or network. So this way, the entire anatomy of a spear phishing attack. Spear phishing is basically a target, a particular target. Phishing attack is generally to as many as people, not in a particular target. Whomever responds, they will be fall into that particular target. PUP is a basically potentially unwanted programs. Despite the possibility that users consented to download it, you wanted to download Java, but instead of Java, you also get any Adobe this one. It may not be Adobe program is not forcibly, but it gives the like in a splash that Adobe is free, you can install it like that. So what exactly you have to do such kind of an unwanted potential programs? You need to uninstall the malicious program from that operating system. You can also use malware bytes, but recently the malware bytes data is also last 2 years back. Malware bytes data is also a breach was happened. Then use Hitman Pro to scan for a malware and unwanted programs, and double check for malicious programs with the antivirus free, the Gemina. This was a good antivirus package you can download, which is free, and reset the browser settings to the original default so that you can get these unwanted potential programs. Then online scams, hang up on tech support calls, mystery shop till you drop, not so fast, online dating apps, avoid crowdfunding scams. So many scams are available. If anything you search on your own interest, like Hutch dog, once you are clicker yes, then Hutch, they will behind you to get as much as a lot of data from you. So exploit kits, what are the exploit? A software toolkit is used to manipulate the vulnerabilities of a remote system software. Hackers discreetly exploit Java, Flash to hack websites or redirect web visitors to an unsecured and let's say like a Silverlight Adobe Flash program while you are downloading a Java which is having, and maybe let's say take example this Microsoft Server Lite is a vulnerable version, and whether vulnerable is there, yes, it would be exploit and it will be implement malware. If there is no vulnerability in this particular, yes, because along with that the Adobe Flash is also downloaded, so they will check it up the Adobe Flash version. If it is no infection, or they will look into that some browser, other browser. If it is yes, they will run an exploit and then install malware. See, the vulnerability, exploit, payload. These three are very much important to attack an organization or individual. Either one of is not there, you may not attack successfully 100%. So that's what these three are very much important. What is vulnerability? Vulnerability is a gap area or a door which it is opening for a particular feature in your operating system to get into that particular system. And I know that the vulnerability is available in the remote system, but I don't know how to reach that, because that is the vulnerability exists in a operating system, remote operating system. What I required for known every vulnerability, there could be an exploit. That exploit I need to transfer to that particular system, utilize that vulnerability, and sitting on that computer is the main job. So you have a vulnerability at remote system and you have an exploit, the respective exploit with you. But who will, how do it travels? The exploit which you have and the vulnerability in remote system, this exploit should be taken to run at vulnerability where exists. So that's what you require payload. So payload is very much important. Let's say example that your vulnerability is exist in a particular system in your system. Then I know that your email and your interest. Then I'll send an email by posing a kind of mail that where you click my link. So that because if I send in a related mail of your interest, definitely you will try to link, and you also know that that email was sent in one of the email ID, your colleague ID itself. That means your email is working like a payload to take my exploit from my system to your system. Once you click it, so that will go and sit in on the vulnerability exists in that particular thing, because that exploit is designed for that sitting in that particular vulnerability and give a remote connection to attacker. That is where this vulnerability exploit payload are very much important to execute an attack. And while risk assessors also, they will look into this vulnerability exploit and payload and do that. So illegal content, unlawful content, copyright materials, because copyright materials are very much important for all people. Child and animal pornography, selling illegal substances, all our thing will come to this illegal content itself. So less illegal content, most of the content is available where exactly? It includes materials such as child pornography or child abuse that shows extreme sexual violence, or materials that are overly violent, content that promotes terrorism or encourages terrorist acts. So these are all considered as illegal content, and most of this illegal content is available in the deep web or dark web. So what is the major difference between this surface web, deep web, dark web? Basically, whatever exactly we are able to see, look into that through the browsers like Bing, Google, websites, YouTube, e-commerce. So this is what the information which we are accessing is all surface web. So that picture itself, if you see, it is like an ocean of internet. The surface web is there where you can access directly and implement these things. That means you can look into that whatever you want by accessing. Now coming to the deep web, so there are so many personal data, medical records, protected databases, internet banking, maintaining the respective organizations at their places, but not kept into the internet. But however, let's say take example in CDAC, my personal details are available, my medical records are available, which I claiming the various medicine. Okay, my something, my banking details, bank account details also there with them to put my salary. All these are available intranet, CDAC intranet, where we call it as in a deep web. Simply by searching Murthy account number, you may not get it. But however, if I'm part of the organization, I may get it, or anybody can get it. But if somewhere it is a leak is there, their data leak, that data leak they kept into the web, that means surface web, anybody can access. But to utilize these kind of data in future attacks, the data, if they kept it in the encrypted form and put it in the darknet to sell it rather than keeping it to the surface web, which we generally call as a dark web. So most of the illegal activities like hackers, silk roads, drugs, weapons, such kind of activities happen at dark web.net. So that is why we defined this illegal content. Most of the illegal content is the source of dark web. The people used to believe that this is only 4% and this is only 4%. The 92% is part of deep web. So like Aadhaar database, that Aadhaar company who is maintaining database is having 100 crores of members data, but that's not part of the surface web. If data has leak happened, the data could be available on dark web, but otherwise this data is there in the internet, intranet or extranet, the deep web. That is what part. So any questions are there? You can type if you have some questions in chat, so that sure, definitely we will share the PPT. You have any doubts or something you wanted to ask me at this moment? That would be great. This is a simple lecture to understand something like, can you enlighten research avenues on deep web security? See, rather than deep web security, basically, if you consider deep web security, deep web is mainly the part of organization. So getting the data of that organization is a typical, until you hack those organization, you cannot get the data. Am I right? So, but somebody is hacked by this time, and they may kept this data for selling purposes in the dark web. So the dark web is nothing but it's like encrypted databases where which they cannot host it to public, and they are encrypting and using a kind of a blockchain technology and encrypted way of the hosting the websites. Like all dark web URLs are temporarily, or it's very difficult to remember. Based on the search engines only, you may go there by using Tor. But you know that there are a number of websites are there in the Tor website through whatever dark websites. These websites continuously available or may not be available, but sometimes is available. You can collect that data by be participating in the dark web, and this data could be used to analyze what kind of data is available, what kind of breaches are available, what kind of cryptocurrency they are using. These are the some of the research points. You may be using a lot of research on big data and all the same techniques. Why can't you use it for the dark web, identifying the things where the things are there available to the public as a payment or not with a payment. So that is where you can research purpose this dark web can be taken. In mobile, if you are downloading any application, it's asking for allow such an access of contacts, camera, and other files. How can protect this one? See, this is the very typical problem for everybody. Until you accept these accesses, so you cannot install that particular server. So here and there, sometime while you are using access of those things, you have to give the permissions. In general, what exactly we do that, we will give the permissions once it is installed. What exactly I do in general, by going into the settings and remove that application is working, because while installing itself only this is asking, but once you remove the permissions like photo sharing and something like that, remove it and you can use the application. But one danger is there once again, when this application is updated, it demands again. So every time it updates, it demands again the permissions. You can give it, but before using immediately after any installation of that app and updated, you can remove it and use it. So that is where we are trying, but otherwise they can access any kind of data of your personal data, whether it could be photos, whether it could be mails, address book, all these things they can take it from you. Sometimes money is stolen without providing OTP or PIN. So that's what they might have installed a kind of a keylogger, or like one app you install where it can see the SMS messages. So that itself is giving that information, or that kind of an SMS messages are also diverted. So these things can happen very easily through these apps. So can you give any example of regarding email hacking, like using some commands? See, uh, because of we are very much fond of Windows because it's a graphical user interface and all the things. But basically, when the Linux traditional users, they all use it to get these emails through command prompt itself. So that every GUI, whatever we are seeing, even the Word file also, so with the commands only it will work internally. If you are reading, if you are opening, that's open command of Word. If you are reading command of Word. Writing command of Word. So internally goes automatically, because they made it as a graphical user interface. When it is coming email hacking, that whatever the spoofing of email address and all, because HT that whatever that SMTP is doesn't require any kind of authentication. Anybody can create his email ID within the authenticated or legitimate or anonymous email servers. They can send like in a Bill Gates. They can send any kind of people, and they can send you as an your hacking like your name. But actually, they were not using your credentials. They spoofed only your IP address. Of course, if I know your email credential, I can send an email through you directly logging into your account itself. So that's what you have to keep a strong user passwords. So could you provide with some software to prevent any malware or hacking to our laptop? We will try to discuss some of the tools in the next session. How can we save the non-tech public from money related issues? See, we have a kind of an awareness programs, infosecawareness.in. People can go through and say that here we need to understand two things. what is the computer security and like cyber security and cyber safety. These are the two different programs, because cyber security is not same as a cyber safety. Cyber security generally they use this term to protecting our infrastructure with by implementing various infrastructure to protect whatever that it could be a data systems or everything. To protect such data or information is comes under cyber security. Protecting yourself while using your devices is cyber safety. So cyber safety is basically an individual perspective, but cyber security is infrastructure perspective. So that's what we need to understand these two things, and accordingly, what exactly we need to do it. Right from we are buying a mobile, whether you are buying a Chinese mobile or Korean mobile or Indian made mobile, from there you need to start your safety things. If Chinese mobile, whether it is have any harm, see, most 60-70% people doesn't have any harm with Chinese mobile other than their name, their Aadhaar number, their things will go to there. If that Chinese mobile, any mobile, is collecting the data from your side. But why I'm saying is that we are there, understood that they were using for updating their servers through mobiles, but also they are collecting your Facebook data. It could be for business, and when they are able to collect their business of your personal data, they can do anything from your mobile. So that is where, see, what is the use of the your Facebook data? We should not think like that. It could be useful how your behavior, what are your interests, so that they can advertise a kind of a relative product to you. That way they do that. So cyber safety starts from there. What is my mobile? How the mobile, all features are related to me, the data I am saving in this mobile, what kind of importance. Let's say take example, you are using that Truecaller app. Truecaller app is for purpose if unknown caller calls you, so that you can identify. That is what your purpose. It is your individual requirement. But what exactly the Truecaller is doing? It is also collecting the entire database of all users, whomever part of your mobile, and is stealing. So that means what? Without taking your colleague concern, you are sharing your colleague mobile number to Truecaller. Is it ethic? It's not an ethic. So your cyber safety should start from there. What you are, what purpose you are using, that app is related to you only. That app, if anything is problem is there, or that you are only affected, or your colleagues are affected, or whomever part of your mobile address book, they are also affected that way. See, I have seen somebody, when my boss is calling, so there is a aqua like an it's like a stealer. That is what the name came. I didn't understand why this stealer name is came. Somebody is registered his name as a stealer in a particular the Truecaller app. What happens? So if that new mobile number doesn't have my number, so and so your boss is calling me for other purpose, even though I don't have his number, I'm getting as a stealer. So these are the things also. Personal effects also will come as part of cyber safety. That's what we need to work, start with from the right from the what is your hardware, what effects, and all the things we can take care of. Is the right to conclude the working principles of surface web, all about applications framework, deep web about structured database, and darknet is about unstructured data? Not at all. See, anything you can access, whether it is a database, whether it is a structured database, non-structured database, whether you are able to access through your internet browsers, let it be Google Chrome, Firefox, you are able to access, that is called surface web. Deep web is that, suppose let's say you are working in an organization or college, your college is maintaining a data, but the data is not there in internet, but your computer is on internet and the data is in your computer. This data is not publicized on the internet. If some way hacked, I hacked and I have stolen that data. So what happens? The data could be my part. It's like in a deep web only. This is not hosted in the public network. That is not surface web, but the data is there. That data comes under deep web. But because that computer is having access, but the data in the computer, entire data is in the computer, not given to the internet, but computer is an internet. So such kind of data we call it as a deep web. Some library is having as many as library, how many, the thousands of library books information is there. But the library is not connected to internet, but the mission, some of the missions are connected in library or connected to internet. So if attackers attacked that library and entirely taken the information, but to hide themselves, this data is kept it in encrypted form and kept it in the dark web and given access to somebody like whoever like-minded people. So that is will come under dark web. I hope it is cleared. Otherwise, the dark net is having the structured databases, even unstructured data also. Surface web is also having the same, even though in an organization, all these are available. Everywhere these are available, but the definition is different. Email is easily hacked or not. So for sending on behalf of your email, let's say your email ID is xyz@gmail.com, sending on behalf of with your name, it is very easy because SFTP is not required. I log into one of the anonymous email server and I registered as your user ID and I registered as your name like xyz@gmail.com and can send it. But actually, a normal user always sees that bill.gates@microsoft.com rather than whom I have taken that user ID and sent that mail. So because my client configured as a bill.gates Microsoft.com. So always in header it shows bill.gates.com. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sir, myself, Professor Neeraj Dubey from Jammu.
Yes, sir.
I have a submission. Sir, what are the prerequisite parameters to access dark web?
So pre-request parameters is for research purpose. First, you have to install Tor, Tor browser at your computer. But what I suggest is that you always better keep this server a separate machine and separate browser. And along with that, you have always Tails OS operating system VM. So you always better to use VPN rather than if you are using a common system, whatever that you are using at home and office, what happens? Maybe some kind of unwanted programs can come into your computer and it disturbs your actual work. Rather than either use a specific VPN client and under that VPN client use the Tor browser. So you can access all the dark web pages. Otherwise, you install a Tails OS as a VM. Under that, you can use this Tor browser. So you can for the accessing the data. For research purpose, you need to use your own whatever that web crawlers, such kind of what exactly you do to collect the information that you can collect it and start the collecting the data and do whatever the research you can do that.
Yes, sir, we have learned, that to access and to serve dark web is illegal.
Okay.
So
one
illegal.
point here, dark web you cannot say as illegal. Dark web, the content may be illegal, and that illegal content buying is a crime. So dark web is a kind of a one network, like however you have your own network at your place, which is not connected to the internet. Dark web is available, it's one network. Accessing dark web through Tor is not illegal, not a crime, this one. But if you are buying an illegal content, illegal whatever you can say that whether it could be a weapon, drug, if you are buying, that will come under illegal activity. This clarity should be there.
how can these activities can be curbed? Is there any check in a global IT world?
Sir, basically, this was created by US first initially for themselves, for their armed forces only. But still they are maintaining, they were tracking. See, they are able to that. There are 50,000, more than 50,000 connections are there in India. They were able to tell that at least. So what happens is that basically the entering node and the exiting node are only the known to them. That in between how the data is traveling, we don't know. But when you are, they know that entering node, that is also encrypted information because of the IP address, overlaying IP address only. They are able to understand these connectivities from India, but not a particular person, particular IP. So because they are using their various VPN connectivities, overlaying VPN connectivity, it is very difficult to identifying a person, monitoring of that, collecting the data. But however, based on the web services are available at various locations in the dark web, continuously tracking that URLs on what kind of drug activities and what kind of various illegal activities are going on, they were able to collect the data, identifying some of the websites and closing those websites. They were started because of their based on the action. You see, it's not only accessing the website. If somebody is buying something in dark web, there is an attachment of an account, whether it is escrow account or using bitcoins. So the bitcoins, transferring the bitcoins from account to another account. So based on these all integrated approach, they were able to identify the respective websites and sources and countries, and the respective countries are taking the actions. But this is only the 10% to 20%. There is a need of lot of 90% or more than 80% research should be done on continuously to crack these databases without paying a penny, or monitoring them, behavior, their actions, all these things to be done as part of the research. This is very much important, is required.
Okay, sir. So nice of you. Take care of yourself, Murthy, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
What is VPN? Somebody is asking. VPN is a virtual private network, and maybe we discuss in one or two slides in the next things. Is there any break is required here before going to the next class? For 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Hello?
Thank you, sir. Sir, I think participants require some break at this moment.
Yeah. What is the time?
So
5 minutes or 10 minutes?
15 minutes break. After
Okay, we'll come back at 11:45 or 11:40.
11:45.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. The participants will join again at 11:45.
The security of cyber is very important, and there are a number of commercial tools are there to protect, as we discussed it before. But however, this getting these commercial tools for in a smaller organizations or even the MSMEs also is very difficult, and colleges also required. But as per my view, we are all part of research. When we are doing research, we don't require all commercial tools. If you understand what kind of features they are there, what kind of features are not there, that would be enough. So for research, we required like in a open source based tools are important. If those features, most of the features, but one why I'm saying this is particularly is that the most of the cyber security products are evolved from open source tools only. An understanding of various requirements, first they were coming as an open source tools, then once they popularized and popular usage, they are becoming slowly commercial. So that open source tools are very much a good support for any kind of research in cybersecurity. So that's what, if you are able to understand what kind of open source tools are available, what kind of commercial tools are available, their history, it definitely helps you to do some kind of research uh, uh, and it helps you what any kind of research these tools, because most of these tools are part of protecting, like in a system administrators to monitor their networks, to monitor the health of the computing resources like a processing power, memory, this development. And these tools itself is enhanced for the monitoring of their cyber security events. So that's what open source tools is plays a bigger role in cyber security, or even though any kind of but knowing about all these tools where we can download would be given a great advantage for you all. That is what I thought process, and coming with this presentation. See, IBM buys Red Hat. See, Red Hat is, you know very well, is once upon it's a 100% open source company, and because of their Linux flavors, only they were charging for support and continuous features development support. Only they are charging the license. Otherwise, the Red Hat operating system, you can use it, you can download it and use it as it is. You want to do that. And there is another open source based code they also released it along with that parallelly. But before the Red Hat 1, 2, 3, all are free. But from 3 onwards, they were using parallel operating system. One is open source and one is a supported version kind of thing. Such company was bought by IBM. So IBM could download all their code for free because that code is available and is used. But IBM still paying off 34 billion USD dollars to buy this open source company. That is what I wanted to say, that the powerful thing of open source. See, even though you can download it and you can invest on your own manpower, design it, and you make it commercialize. So, but they are not doing that, and they're simply buying the things, and they were taking, because maybe two reasons. One is now everything is moving towards cloud. Am I right? So what most of the cloud machines are Linux, the virtual machines. Now the most of the cloud platforms are also based on Linux, other than Microsoft Azure. And if you look into the Microsoft Azure also, though more than 60% of virtual machines are again Linux machines. So to make themselves, IBM itself wanted to make it as a power leader in the cloud. That is where they bought this. That could be one reason to buy. But anyway, IBM is in 1990s itself is supporting open source activities because of the various licensing problems with like a Solaris, Sun Solaris, and those days Microsoft time. With respect to the commercialization, they always use it to support IBM. $34 million deal is not a bigger thing for them to give the as much as, and most of the things now available from IBM is also open source based, and but they are giving as much as support to them. So these are some of the open source facilitators where they were supporting the various activities. Like why I'm saying these are the facilitators. So like you take GitHub, so it's open source. There are a lot of open source based tools, solutions, scripts are available through GitHub. Most of you people are already using GitHub, sharing your code to your students, or maybe you are downloading various codes from the various people for your research. NIST is National Institute of Standards and Technology, where they were written in a beautiful document for processing and implementation for the cyber security, where they were beautiful documents and standard documents to implement and to become yourself to understanding the cybersecurity. And SourceForge is basically loaded as many as source code support and hosted their source codes to facilitate to various users and researchers. The Twitter and offensive, because Twitter used for such kind of in a most of the people think that how Twitter is supporting the security, but the all topmost cyber security professionals are in the Twitter, and they are also them sharing themselves. And offensive security is supporting the various, by name itself is like offensive, but they were talking about exploits. So we discussed, there are vulnerabilities are there in your system, and exploits would be the required to test POC, proof of concept, or your research. You required that how the code will work for any kind of reverse, whether you are doing a reverse engineering or whether you are developing a virus or malware, you need to test with various exploits and what is the difference between the exploits. That's what offensive security played a major role. And coming to OSSEC, OSSEC is open source security facilitator like IDS, intrusion detection systems, monitoring software they supported. OWASP, Open Web Application Security Project, which tells about to find out various vulnerabilities, top 10 vulnerabilities. Most of editors and assessment people, they depend on a lot on this OWASP, and they were giving kind of scripts to test a particular web server and all. So Python, these are only limited. You know that what is the role of Python? So most of the facilitators, most of the tools are developed under Python and Python-based scripts for cybersecurity. So these are the few important open source facilitators. I told maximum for the cybersecurity purpose, but however, for all other tools also, other kind of solutions also, these are the facilitators for cybersecurity. So what do you mean by open source software? So refers to software that is collaboratively developed. Like I am developing, you are also developing same script, you are sharing each other and keeping to the third person. Tested. So when we both are developer together that solution, we required a tester and we shared this. This one is for a tester who can test such kind of applications. And tester found that, and tester requires some understood this should be unanswered, but we both don't have any kind of idea to further improve. So there is a third person came and they improved that software. Then all we four together shared for the uses with the idea that the must be shared with others, ensuring an open for future collaboration. So open source software for cybersecurity is basically came in forward to look about an alternative to the commercial tools. What kind of commercial tools which we are using, whether we can get any kind of similar kind of features as in a smaller tool or combination of these tools, scripts. That is what idea is evolved and trying to submit it. But I hope you understood open source software, what exactly that it is the developed, tested, improved, and again distributed to use in collaborative manner. So how can we classify activities in cyberspace? So if you are looking about that cybersecurity to protect any kind of infrastructure, what kind of offensive things can happen on my infrastructure? That is what first thing will come. Second thing is that I have infrastructure, I need to secure them. How to secure them is kind of in a defensive mode. And general, it's like I need to apply the policies, I need to give the training, education, how to implement the policies to secure these particular devices. That means in offensive, generally the people, when you are keeping in a particular infrastructure to protect yourself, you need to understand what is that exactly that offensive member or hacker will do on your organization. Any hacker, when he is coming to particular or targeting your infrastructure, you will do in general reconnaissance. Is nothing but information gathering. He will understand about you. He will try to understand entire infrastructure, or he may take entire blueprint of your organization and organization structure with respect to the cyber devices like routers, connectivity, internet, and everything. And once he understood entire thing, a kind of a blue print of your organization with respect to network came, then you will try to understand some kind of vulnerabilities where he can attack, where he can easily enter into your organization to steal or attack your devices. So once he understand that he need to prepare for to attack, he should do some kind of weaponization. Nothing but you should understand what kind of vulnerabilities are there in a target organization. If we found some kind of vulnerabilities, what kind of exploits you have to use it, and how to take these exploits play through various payloads to your organization. That kid doesn't mean that delivering and exploiting would be done. Once is successfully implemented either through phishing attack, spear phishing attack, or an app in your mobile, so you will take a control like how your app is asking about taking control of photos, the address book, that kind of control also you will do it, and you will execute and maintain continuously. This is what offensive. But when it is coming to the defensive, the same tracks only in general these people will use, like identifying, collecting the data, protecting the data, detecting, respond, recover. In these also, you will identify how an attacker or offensive mechanism may reconnaissance and happen. So he will also try to identify all devices collecting the related data and estimate the risks towards that particular infrastructure and data and try to protect. That means how an offensive attacker is weaponizing the data, delivering and exploiting. You also try to use similar kind of exploits and try to in a staging server, not on live server. Live servers are towards public. Anything to do exploit it may down, so that before hosting they will do this entire testing with the various exploits, where exploits and delivering mechanism, weaponizing mechanism, they will try to run it, detecting anything can happen, like how attacker does, it can happen or not, they will check it. That is one part. Sometimes what happen, the offensive guy is attacked, so you need to respond immediately. So that's what responsive mechanism also they will look into in the similar phase. You will try to identify, look about the logs and how we came, then immediately wherever the gap areas are there in the is path, that all paths would be covered and recover the data. So this is what major difference between offensive and defensive, and general is nothing but where does cyber defense stop and offense begin? That is what the criticality we need to think of. Exactly when it stops the cyber defense and when it starts offensing. Why I raised this as a red mark is basically India till now thinking about how to defend our infrastructure. But the attacks are beautifully running by, whether it could be a Pakistan or China, they were bombarding various attacks. Because if you look into that, China is collecting in such a way that the data, by even though they were keeping an hardware trojans in the mobiles and understanding our data, and whether the data is required or not required is the immaterial for them. Collecting the data is important for them. They were established in a kind of an armor unit with 10,000 members, 10,000 professionals, like a cyber army, where their job is the collecting the data. So in their capital city, in like 60,000, more than 1,60,000 square feet area, their database servers are there, where every mobile, every product is coming out of that. Whoever the user, cyber way of using of those devices, their data is storing there. And in a hidden mode, they were going in each and every organization, either in the form of USB, either in the form of hard disk. They were trying to collect the data of this. In 2013-14, in a 6.4 terabyte data of an MNC was collected by China, and either MNC has not recognized it, and either nobody is recognized it, but their data is available with them. So that is where the China is collecting the data, whether they're required now or required for future. That is not they're looking. Collecting the information is important. And based on the data, they may be utilizing for their marketing purpose, their selling purpose, and their power purpose, or tomorrow it could be also useful for the cyber war purpose also. So that is where now your thinking process also need to change from your research thinking process also need to change from defensive mechanism to offensive mechanism. If you possible, encourage whatever the available systems in your organization, in your educational institute, try to hack them, either through in the form of hackathons, boot camps, encourage students to them. Because now some of the organizations, I cannot say here, is also trying to collect the data in similar, but our nature of the country, our traditional, we never attack anybody, but data is important, where the data also useful, who would be attacking us. If that we know that our defensive mechanisms would be increased as much as. So I request all faculty, try to give a chance to your students of an old machine, install new software, and try to hack them, and how they hacked them, and how they can improve the skills. Based on that, they can think of some solutions and develop solutions in such a way that that encouragement needs to be done, because next 10 to 15 years, more on offensive mode. So generally is like any data, anything we buy in a market, we will try go to the shop and we'll try and wear and see that any dresses and all likes, then only buy it, analyzing and disseminate. Similarly, here also we do in the similar fashion. I hope you understand these are the main cyber security tracks, whether it is hacking, forensic thing, like recovering, all these things we can easily look into about this one. So ultimately, what is that I would like to say that there are two approaches: is proactively you need to secure it, or reactively. Reactive is majorly to once anything hacked your system, how you have to react to as much as fast to bring the resources, services back to us. So coming to that, as a researcher, you are using internet at your home. Your internet is connected, your home is connected with a wireless access point and a broadband router. Router could be if it is enterprise router, and if it is home, broadband router. You may be connected laptop, palm top, PDA, or your desktop, anything could be there. You may be also having a web page which you are regularly updating. You may be doing financial transaction, or otherwise as a researcher, you are doing some research, and maybe you are maintaining some Git repositories. This is what majorly you do, the network. Am I right? If it is a campus, there are a lot of devices like a layer 1 devices, layer 2 devices, layer 3 devices, layer 4 devices, which are connected. Your communication is flowing one place to another place, layer 1 to layer 2, layer 2, layer 3, then gateway, layer 4 devices. So basically the layer 1 devices name it came in such a way that if anything kind of repeater you are using, the repeater is only the transferring the data from one side to other side by giving the electrical and mechanical signal and enhancement signal and extending the wire, so that it doesn't do anything. So whatever the things are coming to me, then I'm simply forwarding. So that hub is nothing but a multi-repeater, multi-port repeater. If anything, any person A is sending a data, I don't know where to send it. If it is a repeater, there is a two ports. So input and output. But it is hub. Hub is nothing but multi-port repeater. It is an 8-port. Let's a simple example. If anybody is sending the data, where to send, I don't know as a hub. So I will copy each and every port and send it. So that if anybody other person is sitting, the port 1 is and port 2 is talking to each other, port 8 also gets the data. So whatever that communication data I'm getting, if the communication is a clear communication, he can see entire data. If you are sending a love letter, so love letter port number 88, you can also see that love letter. So this is where layer 1 devices are very much important as part of the cyber security. So this is what general network architecture. You go any organization, that previous slide shows so many devices, but simple way, if you say that this is the one organization you are looking about that. So let's say it is your department, kind of a finance department, like you teach financing thing, and other products department, and you are teaching products one, mechanical things and all. But these two different networks also should not talk to each other for security purpose, so that you are installed in an internal firewall, and further you are connected to gateway firewall and gateway switch and boundary router, and you are going for internet to access Google server, Hotmail server, extra. If anybody internet client is also coming to access your website or your email, you will come to your gateway router, then switch firewall, then firewall understands that you are wanted to access www.cdac.in web server, so that it pushes to other side, so that you cannot go into this internal networks and you cannot do anything. So either side, even if anybody, one member of your production department also wanted to access your web server, you should also go the process of internal firewall, gateway firewall, and access to that. That's what your gateway firewall is protecting the things from two different networks, what to access, what not to access. So it's like a filtering device of your private network and public network, where private network is basically your network and public network is internet. In between, it is sitting in an intermediary device where controls the data based on the rules which you have prepared and for your employees or your data. And remember, this entire networking, addressing, communication is happening on based on the two addressing systems. The one is MAC addressing, where MAC address is basically used for communication between the two computers or two devices, majorly side-by-side devices. Because when I'm in a community, in an apartment, I would like to know whom each other, who is my opposite staying. That's what we introduce each other. So maybe we are always communicating we are all part of one communicate. So wherever that kind of there who are there nearby each other, they understand and they communicate each other through MAC address. Basically, the MAC address is a kind of a hardware address which is enabled through your network interface card, and which is the same network, they will all talk to each other. But IP addressing system used for when you are connected to two different networks, because within the network, in the same, you are peer-to-peer devices. So that's what MAC address works very well. But when it is, you want to talk to two different networks, you require a router, which is a third layer device, which is also IP layer. So that's what IP address is required. So these two addressing systems itself, so work on for this network communication. So you all people thinking that in a website, when you are accessing, in particularly when you being as a user of a website, when you access, you may be thinking that this is a client server application. Yes, I'm rightly agreeing with you that you are accessing a server and from a client. So that's what their client server application. But however, for the security purpose, this server component would be divided into further into number of components. Let's say when you are accessing your database, let's say in a website is also having in a separate database. When page, static page, it is always the front end, and a web page, you can access it in the first server itself. But if anything is a dynamic things are changing, the dynamic things are in the database in the structured format or unstructured format, it requests from the database server and pulls out and serve to the client. So that is what happening. But an hacker hacks web server, so that whatever the things are in the web server, the physical, that what you call static pages may lost. But important data will be stayed in database. That's what they generally load into two different systems. If small organizations, the database server, application server, and website, all they will keep into the one server. If physically that server is damaged, the entire website may be damaged. But in enterprises like that, they want to implement each and everything in not in one server. They will implement into 2 or 3 servers. In case if you are in data, if your things are very critical, they keep in between also the controls firewalls. Like in this showing in this picture, a user coming from the internet, he will come to the first my firewall after my router, and he'll access my HTTP web server. And HTTP web server is request a application server .NET kind of application or Tomcat server is requested further. Then that accessing that particular thing, whether the permission is there or not there, it go to the this 3 firewall and access this server. Of course, this HTTP server required a kind of a monitoring where IDFS is monitoring. So a person is coming here, his details would be forwarded to IDS IPS. If person is required some authentication, it should forward to Kerberos server. Like that, whatever that requirement of monitoring and collecting the data, DNS servers are there. Even the accessing for them also, there is a kind of a secured platform they were installing here. So this Tomcat server further required any kind of an Oracle server, because your web server might be having 2 or 3 different servers are there. Like databases are there. One is Oracle server, one is SQL server, one is mainframe, MySQL server, and backend databases are there. To access further, again, these red lines are very much important to monitor them. And then some encrypted data is also there further. So these many security controls would be implemented between your web server and you. So your client maybe use one, but to access a critical information, that communication should cross many levels to get that page and come back. So that is where the DMG and data center architecture would be established. And we need to understand these kind of basics, fundamentals, to adapt some of the cyber security tools for your research. The always attacker point of view you have to think. And when you are defending the things, the defender point of view, that tool, how it works. Because of you are basically researcher after your as a faculty. So that research point of view, what kind of features you need to enable, what kind of problems you are facing at present, how can innovatively you design your network. And third, fourth point is automation point of view. So that means everything should be automated and industry 4.0 oriented should be there. Whatever the previous slide which we have shown, that we kept into different place where anything we missed. In this, all softwares we are there. If you wanted to implement a kind of a basic security for entire your organization, including desktop monitoring services, up to monitoring services, you should have all these kind of tools. There's a variety of tools. Other than the mentioned in the picture, there are 14 to 15 tools are we need to do that. So all this slide I prepared in 2002-3, still it is working perfectly. This slide with respect to the tools, technologies. Maybe features may be changing, but the naming of the tools may not be changed. And if you are looking about the industry scape of tools, the information industry scape, like security management and compliance, in the infrastructure security, cyber security, cloud security, mobile security, application security, endpoint security, identity and access management, security partners, security organization, like risk analysis, organogram, security, these security conferences if you want to conduct, analyst houses. So there's so many companies are available, and these are very costly affair. Even though if you are able to do some kind of support, you can do it. Now coming to why we use open source security tools. Open source programs give you complete freedom without any shady terms and conditions. This point, I can say that Because if somebody is giving a commercial tool, there are so many restrictions that will work on only one mission. Let's example a tool which work on whatever the system you installed, that is system only it will work. You cannot install any other system. The basically the point is they may be taking a kind of key lock, hardware lock they will give, and also they will map with your MAC address. In case your MAC address is not working, and if you request another MAC address, there could be some charges. It's not only that. So whatever the tool you are installed at your place, that vendor will continuously monitoring you and how you using this tool. So whether he is monitoring you only with respect to the tool you bought, or also your other tools also, maybe the possibility is there. And moreover, in open source tools, code is readily available. That means what is exactly in code, you know very well. If you can read code and if you can change the code for your purpose, your research purpose, you can do it. So because as much as transparency is available in the open source code, you can do anything right away by taking the code. As I discussed before, monitoring you with they are saying as officially that monitoring their tool and collect the data. This data gives a lot of useful for them to enhance their products. By this time, you know that if you have a data, you can do a lot of things. But collecting the data is very important. He is charging us, he is collecting my data, and he is using for enhance his product. Next year, again I have to pay, even though after taking my data, he developed that thing, but he will again change. It's like China. They have iron ore lot. We have also iron ore lot. But digging iron ore in China is they were not doing because of so many reasons. That iron ore is required for them lifelong for their country. But iron ore, they will take it from with the cheaper prices, like in a 10 rupees per ton, and they will make 100 rupees products of that whatever they pay 10, and they will sell it for 90 rupees for us. So of course, this is a business. So, but this is one thing they also do that in terms of cyber security. We need to pay their license. They will collect entire the data. Based on the data, they will enhance the feature. But again, we have to pay back for their feature also. So this is what the no spying is on that. If when you are using, because entire tool you are downloading, after checking the integrity and test, you can use for your purpose. You can monitor your purpose. There is no dependency, no data sharing to any kind of a vendor. The cost is one of the reasons why security professionals spend some of their time working with open source security tools. So basically, this cost, very cost, these tools. So when I'm taking a kind of an audit and assessment tool, which costs about more than 10 lakh rupee, and every time I have to pay this 10 lakh rupee, do that. But at the same time, my open source tool, one of the tool will give the 80%, 90% as activities of that what commercial tool is giving. Of course, their GUI is good, their this one good. Maybe when you are submitting the report to client, so their GUI is not required. You have to create your own reporting mechanism, so that if you can create mechanism, there is no need to spend 10 lakh rupee. Whether for learning or experimenting, dealing with new or unique situations, or deploying a production-based system, security professionals look at open source security tools. In this, there is no doubt at all, as this is a valuable part of their toolkit. As I am being from last 15, 20 years, I'm using a beautiful tools. Of course, some of them are became as a commercial tools, but still they were giving some kind of a backend support of open source tools. So that's why it's very, very good thing if you started any research, like even if you are accessing the dark web also, there is a good VPNs are available. Tails OS is also acting another VPN as part of the operating system and collecting the data. In some cases, open source tools are features or performance benefits that surpass their commercial counterparts. Yes, this is also happened. That's what my points are very clear. How open source security tools would be better thing. So we will see now some of the open source security tools with respect to anti-malware tools. The first one is ClamAV. ClamAV is a powerful antivirus scanner focused towards integration with mail servers for attachment scanning. It was designed and developed for the email servers where whatever the files or as attachments they are coming towards the email server, that can be scanned if no virus is there, so that it can be delivered to the respective email servers. With keeping in view of this ClamAV is developed, but however, his job is that cleaning of the document-based viruses like Word document, PDF document. So you can use it for in a desktop purpose also if you are using Linux. Of course, this is available for both Windows and Linux. That is what beauty of this, and it provides a flexible and scalable multi-threaded DEM and backend. A command line scanner also is available. So, and you can also update like this, because the antivirus is a kind of antivirus system security software. So all depend on signatures. Based on the vulnerability, the people may be develop say exploits to attack. So the based on the same vulnerability, you can develop an antivirus signatures with the same way method and update that signature. So signatures update continuously is very much important of a successful ClamAV. Even if you are updated ClamAV, you are using, if you are not scanning and keeping idle these things and not scheduled, maybe also the dangerous for you. So, but actually this ClamAV is still available as an from clamav.net and you can download it. But this project is acquired by SourceFire in 2007 as a commercial. So they may be sharing with that. There is another one, ClamAV Windows version. It is also using by more than 6 lakh users. It comes with an easy installer and open source code. You may be download and use it absolutely free of charge. And alternative to Kaspersky, McAfee antivirus, and the same way how they works, this is also works. There is no doubt. Of course, here and there is no such kind of antivirus top antivirus or top 10 antiviruses may be there. These top 10 will change from one rank to another rank based on that they updated. So that means a company which is always top, there is no such kind of antivirus software. But ClamAV, we cannot say like that also, but ClamAV is coming with free open source tools. There is no need to pay any single fee. So second thing is VirusTotal. VirusTotal is a web service that analyzes submitted files or known viruses and other malware. If you have any doubt on installing a particular tool, there is, if you feel, but you can use this VirusTotal. But only one worry about VirusTotal is that the file which you are uploading to know whether that virus is having virus is there or not. But while you are uploading your document, the content of the document may scan by VirusTotal. There is no guarantee because nobody gives anything is free. When VirusTotal is giving free, either on the basis on the name of the registration, they may be taking your personal email ID, personal mobile number, or otherwise. Anyway, you are uploading a file. That file could have some content which could be important for them to use in future. That is where we need to look into that. So it incorporates dozens of antivirus engines from different vendors, updated regularly with new signatures. So how it is working? VirusTotal is building in such a way that sorry, there is a open source antivirus, there is a commercial antivirus. All engines would be enabled in the background when you upload a page. So one of the vendor, it scans. If even the one of the vendor is not able to scan, other vendor may scan and clean it and give it to back. So that is where this virus total is working. The participating antivirus vendors can get alerts when a file is not detected by their product, but is by someone else for download and more information. So that if anything virus is there in your document, that virus could be given to the as a alert to that, so that they can understand what kind of viruses are going. So most of the times, even though we have a virus, we will delete entire thing hard disk. That means formatting, and again we use it. We never update the information to the antivirus vendor. That's what all these vendors, what they do, they will try to collect the information from the your system itself. Whether your file is affected or not affected, they will make a log would be shared. So that for that they will use one engine, which is called as a bot for them. So same concept bot came for the botnet also, which we discussed. Okay. Second thing is that virus total intelligence, if you want to combine Google and Facebook and apply it to the field of malware, so that various malwares, URLs, you can look about that intelligence if you are doing about the research. Suppose you are threat hunting, that also they were giving. But all these are all trial period and commercial period. Cleaning virus, understanding malware, whether it is there or not, that they will take care of. But however, these two, intelligence and hunting, well, you have to pay that. So maybe to understand, you can pay small amount and you can build your own as part of your research. The fourth one is Malwarebytes. Malwarebytes is not open source, but it is a free malware scanner for Windows. And of course, it is also works for Mac, Android, iOS, even the Chromebook. And also it is added recently in a privacy kind of a thing for home users. It is free and you can use it, free download it. Now coming to the firewalls. What do you mean by firewall? Where we discussed it initially as a 1-pointer or 2-pointer. Firewall is nothing but a network device that creates a separation between public and trusted networks and private trusted networks by examining network traffic and allowing only specific traffic to pass between the untrusted and trusted network. You see, it's like an intermediate device and to protecting the data, outgoing data, incoming data, by having some controls what to allow or not to allow. Of course, here untrusted is like a public network internet. You cannot trust everyone in the internet. But however, you are part of an organization, you are private and you are trusted one. So that's what this is. The private network is trusted, your home network is trusted, and public internet network is untrusted. So between these trusted and untrusted, what kind of activities you wanted to allow, why, or disallow, why? That is where you frame the rules and you will apply the rules. So that is what firewall. And you are clearly understand that by having this definition, based on your rule, it can filter it. Suppose let's see if you are allowing port 80, so the data would be allows port 80. But what kind of data you are allowing, you don't know. Your job is only filter the data. All who are coming to my web server, they can come inside port 80 you are giving. But whether they are coming with virus, whether they are coming with any other thing, we don't know. That's what nowadays there is a kind of a solution, unified threat management solution, which is basically the integrating of all these technologies, the antivirus, anti-malware, anti-things, and all you are integrating them with fire, and saying that because of all features you are added, it is a unified device for all kinds of communication, filtering based on data, based on malware, based on legitimate, all the things. That's what that is called as a unified threat management device, UTM box. So coming to the open source based firewalls, the most of the firewalls was designed on based on IP tables, because IP tables is part of Linux and a part of open source. All Linux distribution supports IP tables, which is essentially a truth table sort of database. Yes or no, forward or not forward, like that truth table sort of database is supported by all Linux distributions. Unless the net filter algorithm, there is an algorithm named it as a net filter, decide on how to all Linux distributions supports these IP tables. It's a kernel module. That means it's not user module, kernel module, and in between whatever the interface module that is not there. It is directly embedded into your OS itself and requiring elevated privilege to configure. Because it's the kernel part, kernel OS part, you require some privileges to enable, like administrative privileges only you can configure this. Each packet is stripped into various fields, and the rules from the truth table are applied to make a decision in terms of letting to go ahead or block it or drop it. Here, one of my question is here. Sometimes we say data, sometimes we say datagram, sometimes we say packet, sometimes we say frame. How do we define these many things for a particular thing is traveling in the network? If you have any answer, you may please type in your chat box. If time permits, we will discuss afterwards. And if you are already telling the things right, there is no discussion, of course. But IP tables, here we need to understand packets. Packets means basically in third layer. Third layer means network layer. So it's a network filtering IP table. It's on network layer, it works. So along with that, there is a contract, is an extension to the IP tables. This essentially tracks the connection for all network sessions. See, whatever we discussed before, it is only the packets at the third layer, network layer. But if you wanted to above layer, session layer, understanding about the session information and wanted to filter yourself, contract may be useful. That's what is an extension to IP tables. Whatever the features you have in IP tables, so this one also is an add on that. So then net filter is a powerful packet filter implemented in the standard Linux kernel, which is based on the IP tables. User space IP table to use it for configuration, and you can download it from netfilter.org and implement all kinds of firewall based research requirements through this net filter itself. So if anything you are doing a research, that research could be done through this net filter, and you can change it. You can see the package transmission. You can monitor it. Suppose if you are designing a monitoring software, how to monitor packet without stopping them. How do you have to collect it and enable it, filter, and the conditions you give it so that stop it, and to support IDS, IPS kind of things. So this one can be download netfilter.org. OpenBSD PF, whether you believe it or not, one of the state data center using their firewall as a PF without spending a paisa. They downloaded and taken a good hardware server, installed it, and they were sending entire communication, and they are able to filter it. Even though when you are buying a commercial software, the software they've charged, the hardware what they are giving they've charged, and also subscription on every year you have to pay to him to continue that firewall. So, and only the problem is that for increasing the bandwidth from 100 Mbps, 1000 Mbps, you need to have various firewalls. Like 1000 Mbps is the high-end firewall, and 100 Mbps is middleware, 10 Mbps is the lower end firewall. When size is increasing, cost would also increasing. But you see in a data center how much communication will come, and they are able to do it because 40 giga card they installed it and they were able to do it. This 40 giga card can come with a hardware firewall also, but that hardware firewall costs very highly. But you have taken a 10 GB card within 10 lakh rupee, This is continuously you can maintain next 5 years without anything. So firewall is basically filtering the data. Updates are not required. If even the updates are required, you can write your own rules and own, because the entire code is transparent. You can change it, you can take code and apply it and do it. So even though you can start as an entrepreneur, these tools. So one of the government organizations developed these tools based on the hardware together ECL and marketing these products as their firewall. So you can also start as an entrepreneur, start these things, build slowly, and think, learn technologies, add on technologies, and can be done. So you can download from openbsd.org PF from this site. Siphon is an open source VPN project for Windows and this one. Okay, I didn't explain this. What is VPN? VPN is basically virtual private network project for virtual private network. Basically, when you are connecting a particular organization from through internet, the entire data could be prone to entire internet itself. Anybody can monitor yourself. The VPN is a kind of pipe they will lay it under your internet connection where nobody can enter into that pipe. This pipe could be established between your computer to your organization server, so that if anybody is, this pipe is part of internet. Anybody from internet, they can't see this pipe, what is inside is going that. So that virtually they were establishing a pipe, a private connection between you and gateway. There are three varieties of that: client to client, that means peer-to-peer connectivity you can establish, client to server or gateway to gateway. And two organizations are connecting continuously, they can establish a pipe and through internet, so they can push the data, pull the data from on each other. So that is where VPN, so is an extra layer of protection, encryption algorithm they use it, and so that whatever the data would be encrypted and pushed into the pipe, so that nobody can see the data. But there are some gap areas are there in this connectivity also. Basically what is happening, the data moving is itself is secured. Yeah, data at rest is not secure. Once data is traveled other side, or data is at your place, is not secure. Here I wanted to ask one question here. How many of you are believe that WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted? This is like a VPN. Whatever you are sending the data is delivered in secure way, end-to-end encryption. Okay, this is kind of one VPN connection, but do you believe that is it end-to-end encryption? Whatever you are forwarding, it would be delivered in secure way. Then somebody is asking me how that government agencies are monitoring WhatsApp account. So do you believe that government is able to do monitoring each and every account? How many of you say yes? At least somebody say yes or no. Divya Nishant told that it's end-to-end encrypted, but backup is not. And Mohit Tiwari is saying is a no, it's not an end-to-end encrypted. The basically Facebook buy WhatsApp and maybe use it for something. There is a backup on Google Drive. Yes, correctly, Virendra Kumarji. It's basically the end-to-end encryption. But this is like in a transparent. You don't know, no. Actually, you are not doing anything for encryption. You are simply forwarding a message, or you are simply initiating a message and delivering to the destination. Everything that VPN connected, because when you are connecting, when you simply just forward or just send in a message, that would be encrypted and delivered other side mobile by taking the key. Here is the maybe a pre-shared key, your mobile number, their mobile number, your mobile data, the mobile, some kind of an critical data and their mobile critical data takes, and then it would be encrypted so that only that whom you have sent, that member only can see the message. Suppose in case if you are sending to the group, that also is encrypted. Group also, it takes the group ID, group numbers, and based on that they will create a key for a particular message. Once they with that process as a key, they were encrypted and delivered. All these things will happen is basically on encrypted message, so that in between nobody can access. That is for sure. But my question is that whether government can monitor all this activity. So that is my question. So anybody say yes or no? Divya Nishant is saying yes. Jaideep Giwala is saying no. Yes, backup is not encrypted. See, that's what my point. See, let us think of you are part of government. Okay. So how many WhatsApp users are there in India? So there are, it is estimated that 40 crore smartphones are available. More than 60 now, this is only the last year data, but by 2020, 60 crore people are using smartphones by 2020, and maybe at least out of them 40 crore WhatsApp people are there. If 40 crore members are, at least once they will deliver one message in a one day. Okay, 40 crore into this so data. How do I monitor it? Even though if I'm monitoring, how do I track them? It is very difficult for us as a being a part of government to download entire 40 crore messages. What exactly you are sending? What do you do that? It's not very difficult. But it's possible to track if you feel that, and the government feel that there is a kind of a situation that the criminals are using some kind of data. So that is also, they were not can do anything with this encryption. They will monitor based on their mobiles, because this data is stored at your mobile. Once you send this data, even though you delete, whomever forwarded, that guy might have deleted. And the technology is increased in such a way that even though you delete, we can retrieve the message. So these kind of technologies are there for government. When some culprit, something happened, definitely they can identify the things. Let's take Sushant case also, some WhatsApp messages are retrieved based on that only. So based on the case importance, they can do that, investigators can do all these things. Also, not only your mobile data, this would be backed up into your Google. So Google, when it is going there, there is no WhatsApp encryption. Even the WhatsApp encryption is not available for your local mobile also. Only end-to-end encryption means when data is traversing from one point to another point is encrypted. Once it is delivered, once it is stored, it's not encrypted. So that is what the point we need to understand in this. Of course, that 69 thing is we will keep aside, because that is the legality, so that we can ask the keys. If he's not giving the keys, then they can use other alternative mechanisms, IPSC sections also. So that is where the open source VPN works, end-to-end encryption works. VPN is also kind of a facility, base facility. Siphon is an open source tool. If you want to use among your Windows and Android machines, you can download it, and it is a very good, excellent tool. Is basically utilizes VPN, SSH, and HTTP proxy technology, and even provide you with uncensored access to internet content. So some of the content is not available through some of the browsers. Through Siphon you can access, because so they cannot identify the data traveling through Siphon. So that is what till now, firewall, VPN, and antivirus. Now we are moving to file and disk encryption tools. So if you want to do encryption, disk encryption tool, so Tripwire is one of the famous tool. Once upon 2000 early 2010s. Okay, it's a pre-software security and data integrity tool. That means when you copied a file, doc file, and saved it in your computer, if sometime afterwards either you change or somebody came and changed it, we can easily identify that what are the changes, who changed it, how they changed it with this tool. That is where beautiful this. However, this is becoming again a commercial tool, as I rightly said that most of the commercial tools are once upon open source tool. That's what is a once upon very nice tool to track the users, what exactly they're changing, and by avoiding some cyber security. Of course, like in the web page, so even though after implementing as many as security controls, he reached and he changed page, there also we need to find him. So that is where the tripwire is used to help us a lot, but slowly it is becoming as that. And don't worry, if we wanted to still have something on doing this particularly integrity tool, you can download from this GitHub link and start your own project. The next is TrueGrip disk encryption tool. Is a great open source tool which serves the purpose of disk encryption. If you want to encrypt entire disk, you can true with that, but there is some problem is there. If you forget and that particular key, retrieving the data would be the major problem. And use it to encrypt the disk volumes to keep data safe from physical theft by the attackers. And this works on the principles on the fly encryption. On the fly, you can do all the encryption. Now, before going to intrusion detection systems and prevention system, we understand what is exactly the intrusion. Intrusion is kind of thing, illegal access to your system or particular thing. Such kind of illegal activities need to be identified and detected, so that in early 2000s, a lot of researchers from faculties are majorly on intrusion detection systems only. And it exactly sits between firewall and gateway. Uh, but it is not mandatory. It can stay anywhere. But why firewall and gateway? So the gateway gets the entire communication, whatever coming to your organization, and firewall filters. If you're keeping after firewall, it's already most of the data is filtering, so that only few things only it can take that. If you don't have as many as licenses of this particular thing, you have people will keep it as after gateway. But if it is free, then why can't you keep it in the between firewall and gateway, so that you can collect all the information, all kind of intrusion which are coming to your organization. So IDSs are basically serves three security functions. One is monitoring the movement of the data in your network, and out of that data you need to detect intrusions, and based on the intrusions you have to give it to the response mission to alert the respective members to attend the activity. So that's what it alerts the administrator as soon as it detects any suspicious activity. So you have any doubts on that, the placement of the directory, the IDS? Let you type it so that we will see that, and we'll try to answer those things. So otherwise, the IDS should be there everywhere, every junction of the computer, to understand the each of the every junction functionalities and respective users. The snot is, I used it in 2000, and most of the IDS platforms are used snot. Even when CDAC is developed a product as a GAN, like in a God your network. So that tool is itself is the basis of snot only, where it is beautifully collected and supported various defense and intelligence agencies in collecting the data. So it excels the traffic analysis and packet logging on IP networks. It detects thousands of worms, vulnerability exploits, attempts, port scanners, suspicious behavior by protocol analysis, content searching, preprocessor. Of course, this is a simple file of like in a 256 KB. But if you required a kind of an GUI and all, you need to install basic analysis and security engineer base and interface for analyzing snort alerts in web mode. Of course, I told now that every tool is becoming as a commercial tool once it is successfully implemented. This was source file were taken and selling for $4,499, but also they were giving a free for all free updates with a 30 days delay. That means, so any updates, signatures, 30 days delayed signatures will come to you after 30 days if you are using free. That is why now we commercialize these things. OSEC HIDS is nothing but HIDS, nothing but host IDS, perform log analysis, integrate checking, rootkit detection, time-based filtering, and one thing here you need to remember that there is no difference between network IDs and HIDs. The functionality wise same, but however this is required, but functionality was same. But however, HIDs always works on a particular node. Like if you are a web server, and a web server only you need to monitor, we will use HIDs. But if you wanted to monitor that person, how it is coming from router to firewall to switch to hub, switch to respective server, you wanted to understand entire logs, the network IDS is required. So this is basically acting as a security event manager and security incident manager, and is the powerful log analysis engine. So that's why, and the SIEM also, this HIDs would be used, HIDs pieces would be used. You can download it from www.osec.net. So another one of beautiful open source tool, NAG iOS, is known for being the best server monitoring software on the market. It understands TCP IP data, UDP packet, data servers, SNMP, SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol, community strings, TCP, UDP, that browser. So that means if a person is logging into a browser, wanted to access a particular your server, your NAGO is identifying your browser. From there, what is the edition, what is the version, what is the browser, what is the IP address. When it reaches your router and it is collecting the data, what time it reached, and it is a firewall, at what time it is reached, firewall is allowed or not. Then from there, it is where it is moved to the web server, what it is accessed, everything can be noted down with this NAG iOS tool. Because that is a server, you need to enable browser also, because your browser is reaching, that's what. Of course, router and firewall have your own data timings and all, so that you can map it very easily. So server monitoring is made easy in NAG iOS because of the flexibility to monitor your servers with the both agent-based and agentless monitoring. Wherever agent is required, let's say router, firewall, it won't collect. But if you are installing an agent, so the agent forwards that information to the NAG iOS, so that a kind of an approach from the browser to every junction of the network could be separate and monitor them. So there are more than 5,000 add-ons are available to monitor your server at the community, NAG iOS community, Exchange, how to no stone unturned. That means there is nothing available in that like that. So Alan Wald OSIM, open source security event incident management tool. So that means it's like an SOC, security operation center. You would like to know each and every device, server, location, activities at one place. You can do that. You can download it from https cybersecurity.att.com products/OSIM. Because of this was also making towards the commercialization, so that so whether it would be available or not, you just download this from this website and do that. Squill is built by network security analysts to understand their security as part of their network, and they initiated GUI that provides access to real-time event session data and raw packet captures. Even though if you wanted to analyze raw packets with respect to that particular moving of packet, that could also be done, and you can download from Bambi github.io this particular tool. It's like a Wireshark, but it gives a lot of things. Honeybee is a small daemon that creates virtual hosts on a network. The host can be configured to run arbitrary services, and their TCP personality can be adopted. So even though we request you just type honeybee for Windows in the web and try to install your Windows machine, and do not do anything. You wait for some time. How the people are when you are connected? How the people are connecting and requesting as many as services from your Windows machine? You can understand very easily. Honeybee is like a honey pot where we are putting honey to attract the bees to come into our side, so that how they will squeeze the honey. That is where how the attackers will try to hack our things. You want to understand, so that you need to keep some kind of this honeybee. So it's like it acting as like a proxy server. So it's like even though it's like one demand, you can host like in a real-time service web page, so that everybody comes to your web page and pick the web page and take the data. Such kind of activities would be recorded in the honeybee. There is a big honeybee required for the government purpose also, which CDAC is building. For the honeybee tools, you required a lot of other tools like ARP request, ARPD tool, NTTL scan is the topology scanner, or other like in honeybee, some PL is the text summaries from honeybee logs. Honeycomb is plugin for honeybee that can be used to automatically generate signatures for network intrusion detection systems. That means identifying the things and recommend to the IDS, so that immediately after such kind of things are coming. And honeybee is like a log file analysis for any do where GUI can be done to. And the reverse engineering tools, so most of the people are trying to attempt or wanted to do research in malware reverse engineering tools. There are number of tools are there, like in a Android APK files, Dex to jar, Dex to Java files, Dystorm 3, the AMD64 binary streams and return the structure. EDB debugger is the cross-platform, Java decompiler, Java Jade, Java Snoop. So this is so many tools are there. Like SMAL is basically an assembler and assembler. Yara is primarily used in malware research and detection. So these are all tools are available in the open source, and most of the tools, commercial tools, are minimal commercial tools required for doing the research. Exploitation tools is the Metasploit. Exploitation is there basically for penetration testing to exploit and proof of the concept you can do with respect to various vulnerabilities found in your organization. Actually, 2004, which I'm first year itself, I used this particular Metasploit. However, they were now made it as a commercial product also by Rapid7. The framework itself is still free and open source, but they now also offer the free built listed community edition, where you will get a lot of support from them, and more advanced express edition would be charged approximately $5,000, and a full featured pro edition is further higher. Other paid exploration tools are also considered our core impact and canvas, but however, still you can get this is the open source, and you can use it for your research purpose and proof of concept purpose. And because numerous payloads, encoders, no-op generators, and exploits can be integrated in this platform. So it's a advanced open source, we can say, easily for developing. You can develop your own exploit testing and using exploit code to test some POCs and all. So W3AF is also similarly an application attack and audit framework, web application attack at actually 3 A's and framework, to create a framework to help you secure your web applications by finding and exploiting all web applications. Where Metasploit is full-fledged thing is where basically for all network components, including the applications and all, but W3AF is basically for web application. If you are part of database, SQL map is one of the good tool, open source penetration testing tool to Microsoft mapping. My SQL, you can scan it and identify the vulnerabilities through this. And from database fingerprinting to fetching data from the DB, even accessing the underlying the file system, executing OS commands, all could be together, can be implemented through SQL map, where you can implement here. And SET is the social engineering toolkit, where incorporates many useful social engineering attacks all in one interface. Social engineering means the socially moving and understanding and attacking them is specifically designed to perform advanced attacks against the human element. The main purpose of SET is to automate and improve on many of the social engineering attacks out there. It can automatically generate exploit hiding web pages or email messages, or you can create it beautifully as it is as because if you want to create ICIC page, you dump the ICIC page and create a website. That all could be done through this to attract for the various data leaks kind of exploits. SQL Ninja is exploits web applications that use Microsoft SQL Server. The previous one will work for MySQL, and this one is my Microsoft SQL Server. DRADIS is basically is an open source framework to enable effective sharing of information among participants in a penetration test. Let's say if you are doing a testing of an application by 4 or 5 members together, so to share, see, let's say it's like a challenge. It's maybe you are conducting like in a hackathon kind of thing, and there's a group of people are participating, and there are common objective is there. Once you identified a common object is 1, 2, 3, 4. So whoever does first, they have to leave that place and go that. But how do you know that somebody is did first? So this tool will help if identified and kept a file in that respective this one. So it is automatically closed for the remaining 3 people, and they have to go move to the second vulnerability and investigate. Like that, this is a collaborative tool. While penetration testing teams, when they do this tool and combinedly they are doing, they can understand how other team members are doing, and you can suggest them to that if they are not doing in right way. Such kind of things could be given this DRADIS tool, and it has its own plugins to read and collect the output of variety of network scanning tools like Nmap, Buzzsuit, and Nikito, where are the web scanners and all. Now, after this exploiting tools with respect to network, web, and databases, we are moving towards the security editing and forensing tools, where Kali is a toolbox or tool CD named on the Hindi goddess, destroyer of evil forces. It's a Debian-based Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security editing. And the ideal place to start if you wanted to start using open source tools for editing and forensic also. If you are teaching in a forensic sciences in your class, this Kali Linux distribution is enough for you. And initially days when we used it in the initial days in 2004, 2005 time, it is called as a backtrack. You can boot distribution, boot with CD-ROM, boot with USB, and even though you are installed like in a various live CD like install, or you can install as a VM. You can do a lot of as install as a sandbox, laptop, dedicated laptop, and all. Advanced, you see, the lot of tools are there. Information gathering, which we discussed, reconnaissance, and all in the exploit that offensive, defensive, proactive security, reactive security. All these tools are available. Web application, vulnerability analysis, information gathering, exploitation tools. What we discussed, these tools like Metasploit, W3F, all tools are available here in this. So there is no need to go anywhere. You bring all these tools together as a CD, you can have access all these tools. Then the this second tool, Nmap. Nmap is also available in the Kali Linux. There is no need of this, but Network Mapper is a free and open source utility for network discovery and security auditing. If you wanted to identify a particular server, what kind of port it is opened, what the monitoring of that port and everything, you can do with this Nmap tool. The Wireshark is you required collecting the data, understand the raw data, based on the raw data, legitimate data and everything, you can collect the data to Wireshark. Even though I am also collecting the data, a lot of data of while I am communicating with some kind of dark web and all. So we'll collect that and whether where it is connecting, which IP is connecting, that IP is going right way or not right way. What is exactly it is showing to our browser. The same thing is Wireshark is also showing, or otherwise is any other IP address is going. So this Wireshark and Nmap is very nicely helpful in the data mining, data collection, data analysis, or with respect to the security incidents, so that in back then IDS, IPS, SIEMs also uses these tools further. So it's basically for monitoring activity. How it monitors, if you are understanding how it monitors, that we can see that. So what is the time period we have? Hello, is any time limit is there so that I can make it fast further? Hello. Okay, it uses 6 TCP flags, combination of, you know very well about the TCP connection backs. So when any TCP communication in general, the computers talking to each other. So whenever I wanted to access in a web page, SYN, I wanted to connect you at port 80. Then there is a immediately thing is coming to the from server, an acknowledgement with respect to SYN. Okay, fine, I'm ready for connection. Then acknowledgement would be forwarded again from client to server. This is what we call three-way handshake, and a legitimate activity for connecting any kind of a service or any kind of an access space, whether it could be telnet, FTP, HTTP. This is must. So that connection establishment is must. So then the data would be forwarded with respect to that page, and there is a fourth handshake. Either client or server will send a FIN packet to close the connection. And taking this example, client is sending the connectivity FIN, and that server is sending the fine acknowledgement to with respect to that FIN packet, and also server is also sending another FIN packet with respect to this FIN packet. So client is sending the acknowledgement. So that is why while initiating the connection, three-way handshake. While closing the connection, four-way handshake. So this is what generally connectivity. If somebody is doing a IP scanning tool, what exactly you need to do that? If you are implementing IP scan, you can use Nmap, and you try this packet like an Nmap IPN capital S IP address. So if you do type this, the client is sending the full packet, SYN packet, synchronization packet to the server. Then server either sends SYN acknowledgement to SYN. If the port is open, client is sends acknowledgement with respect to SYN. If port is closed, the client server will send reset. Okay. So either one it is coming, that client will respond with an acknowledgement and as a third handshake. And of course, is part of job is that understanding the point, understanding the server port is open or not. Once it is knows that there is no need to any pages, so that's what we immediately reset packet is sending. So this is where we will do that. What exactly I did? I used an Nmap IPN S capital T IP address and port 8023, and parallelly I have run the Wireshark also. When Wireshark has run, so what is exactly it is showing? So for telnet, SYN packet is sent, but telnet it is closed. So the respect to reset packet was came here, telnet packet. So because telnet port is closed, so immediately reset. But in case HTTP SYN packet was gone, and acknowledgement of SYN packet were came, and again the acknowledgement came. So there is a three handshakes are happened. Of course, then afterwards that they were sent closed this one. So anything you do that, you simply use these tools to understand your network. Similarly, ACTE. What is ACTE? So the client is initiated with acknowledgement packet rather than SYN. But server is always accepts the first initiation, first packet should be SYN, not acknowledgement packet. So it doesn't understand why I got acknowledgement packet. So it won't respond. In case if the port is not running, server simply sends as reset, because whatever the packet, anyway, I'm not running any port. So why should I wait? So it immediately closes by sending the reset packet. So when the client gets a reset packet, it understands that that port is closed. If client is not getting any response, no response, the port is open. So this is what command like an acknowledgement packet is minus -s a acknowledge backend port 8023, and similarly I have seen in the my Wireshark tool. So this way off open means in the full scan what we talked about. So this is off open. Similarly, I have run SYN packet. Similarly, XMS scan where it is run with X, null scan with null as SN, and similarly UDP scan and UDP packets, ICMP scan, even the ping scan also I can do and identify the ping scan, ICMP echo request, whatever you do ping packet, that also required this flags. Okay, along with that, now that is where you use these tools. In general, you can use it, you can understand raw packets and communications. OpenVAS vulnerability scanner is this is one of the good tool to identify the vulnerabilities in your web application and network. You may please download it. AICTE is would be used for man in the middle attack or attacking the communication between A and B that could be come to the C, so that these tools would be used with AICTE and other tools. And Ghidra is a software reverse engineering tool framework developed by NSCA, and it is one of the tool for software engineers, but will be especially useful for malware analysis to understand various malwares. So this you can Ghidra framework, you can download it from open source. This one. SIFT is basically is a SANS Institute tool group of free open source incident response and forensics tool designed to perform detailed digital forensic examination in a variety of settings. So you can download, simply type SANS, SANS SIFT tool download, and you can start your forensic things. BinBack is extracting interesting files data from binary images if you want. It's again, this tool would be useful for your malware analysis. DD-Risk in collecting the disk duplexing images and all. This would be is one of the good tool for doing the imaging. Explico is help you to extract files from internet traffic capture that application data contained. Decode manager, DEMA, Explico, set up data manipulators and all, you can do it like an HTTP, voice over calls, POP, IMAP and all. Setboard is encryption is critical for any security standards. This setboard is an open source automatic client that fetches and deploys SSL TLS certificate from your web servers. So setboard began as a front end and let's encrypt, but it has grown to be a client for NSCA that supports an ACME protocol. So this is, if you want to implement an SSL kind of activity, this setboard tool would be useful for you. VeraCrypt is for like an encryption delay. TrueCrypt, AeraCrypt is the same kind of tool. VeraCrypt can be also utilized it. So before closing this, these are the web things. You can go ahead. You click this usesomeopensource.com, where the lot of open source tools are available. In this, if you go to the security, so basically the security is the 396 topics are there, and whatever the tool you take it, further security if you take it 1619. So whether you required x64 debugger, the book of secret knowledge, CAD, I'll go set up a personal VPN in the cloud. And suppose if you are storing the data in the Google Cloud, if you can establish the Algo toolkit, OSCarry. So these are the some of the tools which you can. This is a very good use as its name, it names use on open source. If you are part of not only security, any part of resource, and if you wanted to participate, that also you can be done in the participation and do this. So otherwise, the hackingtools.in, where is this is also for you are part of penetration testing and exploiting. This website is also useful, uh, like an encrypting tool, firewall ideas, hacking ebooks, fuzzers, fudging technologies, Metasploit, which we are discussed. Accounts web vulnerabilities corner is the popular, but you know that what is exactly tool and compare with the open source tools and all. And SecTools.org is like a list of the tools which you have some kind of ranking of the tools. Let's say we discussed about Wireshark, Metasploit. Wireshark is free, Metasploit is not free, but is open source. There Nessus, at Aircracks, North, which we discussed. So they are all open source available and commercial tools are available. Commercial means you may not download latest updates. A delayed database will be available 1 month or 2, 3 months. But these tools are perfectly works like as in a commercial tools. So in ranking, if you want to look into, you look into that. Otherwise, these 3 websites are very much important uh, for your research purpose, which I didn't able to cover all the tools, but however, you can go through into these 3 websites and see that whatever the tools are relevant tools for you and work on the tools. So with this, I thank everybody because I'm killing your lunch time for next session. But however, if we have any questions, you can always send me, or if you wanted to contact somebody, ask about that. This is my contact details. And I'm very thankful for your patience, because you know that in this mode, patience is very much important, and to support. I'm very thankful to all of you. So these are my details. Any questions? Otherwise,
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Kamaljit Kaur, Assistant Professor of the Department, to share the vote of thanks to the speaker. Ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your informative lecture. Thank you, Dr. A.S. Murthy, Associate Director, CDAC Hyderabad, for your very informative lecture on a cybercrime scenario, global and India perspective. Thank you very much, sir.
So, sir, we are very grateful to you. Your both sessions were wonderful and informative, and they were useful in the real-time scenarios. So, right here in this short-term training program, the participants belongs to the different interdisciplinary branches. So, they availed the knowledge related to the basic concerns, and your elaborations in the first session related to the cybersecurity with the practical scenarios that we are facing in the real-time situations. So they are very informative. And your second session in the for the open source tools with the live demonstration. So it is being very fruitful, and I expect all the participants would be able to deploy the attained information in real-time scenarios. So again, sir, I am very grateful to you to sparing such time with all of us, and thank you a lot. Thanks a lot.
thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
So participants, now next session will start at 2 p.m. and please please be online before 5 minutes of the 2 p.m. so that the expert could be engaged on time for the third session of the day. Thank you, everyone.
crime which is happening in today's date. A huge amount of losses has been incurred by the government agencies as well as private agencies, as well as like you and me guys, with respect to these financial frauds. So how to mitigate with these financial frauds is to be taken care by this forensic accounting. So this is the reason why this topic, forensic accounting and fraud investigation, has been incorporated in this short-term training program on cyber security, cyber security kind of thing. I hope I'm completely audible, visible, and my screen is also visible, sir.
Yes, sir, it is completely visible.
Okay.
And
so during this 1.5 hour, I will take you to the journey of forensic accounting and what is basically a forensic accounting, and the fundamental concept behind forensic accounting, and the tools and techniques which are used for identification of financial frauds. This would be the 1.5 hour of discussion. Likewise, cybersecurity has many tools. Likewise, other kind of subjects has various tools. Likewise, forensic accounting has it also various tools and technologies. So during this 1.5 hour of session, I will brief you about the concepts and philosophy of forensic accounting. After, I'm sure that after 1.5 hour, your ideas about forensic accounting and might be confusion about forensic accounting would get clear. Let me start the presentation with this. What is science? Majority of are aware about the fundamental subjects like commerce, arts, and sciences. Commerce deals with the financial part of the organizations. Arts is all about philosophy, literature, and all those things. Same way, science is basically a study of rules and regulations. So something is to be established via experiment, or something which is to be established based on rules and regulations, for which a science is needed. So the definition has been kept over here. It is a systematic study of the objects through observation, experiment, or else in the form of testable explanation and predictions. So basically science is all about establishing rules and regulations and establishing the theory of it. So this is the basically study of science. We all are about, because we are the generations, those who are younger than me, they might not be, but those who are of my age and those who are elder than me, they might be aware about these basic traditional disciplines of sciences, that is chemistry, which is all about, normally you can say, a study of chemicals. Physics is a study of atoms and lights and heat and all those things. Same way, biology is the study of biological understanding of a people, biological weapons and all those things. Psychology is the study of psychology, behavior of a people. This is actually a list of traditional disciplines what we have gone through, or what we are aware of it since its inceptions, because these are age-old traditional disciplines. Toxicology is the study of blood and alcohol in the body of a people. If somebody is died because of some kind of bad alcohol or bad drugs, then it is to be identified this with this study of toxicology. Serology is the study of blood and other fluids in the body. Odontology is the study of teeth and marks. Now we are coming with novel discipline. It is in next PPT, but let me brief you here. Odontology is the study of teeth and teeth diseases. But now at Forensic Science University, we are teaching odontology as forensic odontology. We are offering the courses on forensic odontology, which deals with this, if somebody has killed other one, or at the premises of the case, on crime scene, you come across some kind of teeth. This teeth might belongs to the killer also. So it belongs to whose DNA, and it belongs to whose people. That is to be studied under the forensic odontology. Right now, we stick to our concern. Then the question, document and examination. this question document and examination is, if somebody has signed, somebody has put his sign on your behalf, and some had copied the signature, some had forged the document, some has prepared forged document, wrong document or duplicate document. So then how it is to be prepared, then how it is to be identified, that is to be identified by question document and examination. But friends, till today, these are traditional disciplines. Now, in addition to this, there is forensic chemistry, there is forensic physics, there is forensics biology. Likewise, science has been advanced by adding the forensics, and there are newer techniques by based on these traditional disciplines have been evolved, and this is to be known as forensics. So basically, what is forensic science? So applications of science, technology, and scientific method in the judicial system to solve the crimes. So science is all about, we discussed. Now, what is forensic science? It is a combination of forensics and science. So the use of forensic techniques, the use of latest technologies to solve the crimes, to be presented in a court of law as a proof, that is known as a forensic science. So the fundamental knowledge of science is to be taken as base, and the forensic techniques are to be combined to identify the victim, to identify the fraudster, to identify the case, to solve the case. The forensic techniques have been used, that is known as forensic science. Just now I had taken an examples of odontology. So if somebody's teeth have been identified before 50 years ago, 30 years ago on a crime scene, it is not possible for a person to identify this teeth belongs to whom. Now, by evolving the forensic odontology techniques, somebody can identify this teeth belongs to this person, this fraudster. So that's why forensic odontology newer technique has been evolved. So same way, likewise, जैसे forensic odontology, forensics physics, accordingly, forensic accounting is also evolved. Now, after looking at the basic disciplines of forensic sciences, let's have a look at the novel disciplines of forensic science, and still it is not limited to. Now see, I am supposed to talk about forensic accounting, but before jumping into forensic accounting, I need to create a base. So this is the base which I had created here. So novel disciplines in forensic sciences are DNA analysis, forensic medicines, digital forensics, for which this programs is meant to cyber security. Somebody has entered into your organization system via spam or via junk mail or via any viruses. So this is to be identified by various methods, and these methods are known as cyber security methods. So like that is a digital forensics. We have various tools and technologies at our university which deals with all those kinds of cyber frauds. We teach our students how to fight against this kind of cyber frauds in our university. Likewise, there is a multimedia forensics also. So this is a live recording, and now if suppose somebody has cut this recording and somebody has entered some kind of nuisance in this picture or this video, then it is to be identified by a multimedia forensics. That picture or video has been cut over or not, it has been taken from somewhere else or not, the whole video has been broken or not. This is to be taken care by multimedia forensics. Likewise, forensic nanotechnology, biotechnology, food analysis, these are the areas where forensics already entered into. There is a latest one which I suppose I have not mentioned over here, forensic structural engineering. So structural engineering, normally students were studying in their engineering, now it is forensic structural engineering. So whenever any kind of fraud occurs, fraud in terms of in structuring or building, constructing the building, so this, if some pool has been broken down, now those days this kind of event has been occurring. So if there were any problem, there were any kind of lower quality material was used in those constructions or not, what kind of material is to be used, what kind of design should be of a kind of a structure, that is to be identified by forensic structural engineering. So this is actually the base of forensic science. So all those subjects basically they have been parented by physics, chemistry, biology, and thus basic disciplines. When I talk about forensic accounting, it is also parented by the commerce and management. So now after I wish and I hope I have cleared the base of what is science, what is forensic science, and this cyber security also a child of this digital forensics and cyber security only. So the various tools and techniques which might be discussed by your various experts, or they will be discussing by other experts also, this is about rounding about the security of your computer, security of your equipments, mobile, and all those things. So this is related to some kind of cyber forensics. You can say digital forensics also. Same way, now I'm coming on my topic. My topic for today's discussion is also related to cyber security. Though it is derived from forensic accounting, though it is derived from accounting, not forensic accounting, it is derived from accounting, it is derived from finance. So there are various frauds which are occurring in financial data. I hope this short-term training program is for cybersecurity and cybersecurity guys. So majority of you might not be aware about accounting. So your questions are why we are studying this accounting and all. So my students are also asking me, actually majority in India are not aware about what is forensic accounting. Accounting student says that it is forensics, it is not, it does not comes under our purview. We don't have to bother about it. Forensic science student says that, sir, it is about accounting, it is not our cup of tea, and we need not to go for it. So basically forensic accounting is not about forensics only, and it is not about an accounting only. It is all about financial frauds. It is all about the kind of frauds which are happening in banks today, in insurance companies today, with you and me today. Suppose I will go through some case studies. Suppose I have transferred some amount from one account to another account through my mobile. So if some fraud has been occurred, or amount is debited but not credited to your account, so in that case you are exposed to some kind of cyber frauds. But this cyber frauds also leads to you some kind of financial losses. So you might be confused about this, or it comes under cyber security or cyber frauds, or it comes under financial frauds. The loss which is occurred to you is a financial frauds which is of cyber in nature. So this is being taught in forensic accounting. So after constructing the background, let me take you to the forensic accounting subject. What forensic accounting, how to deal with this, and what are the cause and consequences of it, we will discuss in detail. Again, forensic accounting is also a combination of two words, forensic and accounting. Forensics, as we discussed, it is a kind of product which is to be presented in a court of law as a proof. So if it is forensic physics, forensics biology, forensic psychology, whatever it is, forensic deals with the presentation in a court as a proof. And accounting is a language of business. See, it does not deal with that you belongs to science, computer, arts, or commerce background. Normally, we all people deal with money. And the management of money, your management of your inflow and outflow is generally an accounting. So accounting is a language of business, and where profit and loss account and balance sheet is prepared. So your inflow and outflow, if inflow is more, you are profited. If outflow is more, you are incurring a loss. So basically, forensic accounting is a new field which identify the frauds in profit and loss account, balance sheets, and other financial statements. And identifying these frauds is to be presented in a court of law. So if suppose I am telling you, this is my mobile and I had transferred 10,000 rupees from this account to another account, and I have deleted all the data, computer level, whole for mobile is formatted. I says I have not transferred anything. So you don't have any proof with this. So what you will do? You will go and you will, cyber security guys might be aware about. You will go and you will recover all those data. Though the data which has been deleted, you will recover all those data, and after recovery, you will present it in front of me. Say, Bharat sir, this is the statement. You had debited. You have taken 10,000 rupees from me. So the process which you had done is a technique of digital forensics. And this digital forensic techniques is used in forensic accounting. So digital forensics is also one of the techniques of forensic accounting. So basically, forensic accounting is identification of financial frauds in profit and loss account, balance sheets, and other financial statements. And after identification, the proof which is prepared is to be presented in a court of law as a proof, and this proof court is bound to accept. The lawyer cannot deny it, sir, it is computer generated proof and it cannot be used. No, it is not. Court is bound to accept, yes, this is a real proof and this is to be considered as a proof of fraud, and accordingly a person is to be convicted. So basically, this is forensic accounting. Now, for the 2 to 3 minutes more on forensic accounting. So, forensic accounting is actually a process. It does not deal with accounting. If a person who has a forensic science background, if a person who has a computer background, if a person who has an engineering background, and he don't know ABCD of accounting, still he can be a forensic accountant, because forensic accounting does not deal with any kind of knowledge of accounting. Yes, basic knowledge is required. You must be able to understand this is profit and loss account and this is balance sheet, nothing else. You don't have to deal with ABCD of accounting. The forensic accountant has to deal with imaging the data. Yeah, the cybersecurity guys might be aware about FTK, NCase, UFED, Falcon, Tableau, all those tools which have, some of the tools are used for extracting the image. Extracting image from this kind of mobile, any other kind of computer, laptop, which has been burnt out, which has been, the data has been deleted. When an income tax officers goes for a raid in a bank, goes for a raid in a any kind of companies, the company officials must have deleted all the data. They have burnt out the computer also. So the forensic accountant duty is to taken out this burnt out computer or taken out this mobile, deleted formatted mobile, and they put it in some kind of forensic tools that we have at Forensic Sciences University. Once we put up this mobile or once we put up this laptop on this platform, on this UFED, Falcon, and all those tools, it will recover all those data from computer, from burnt out computer, from deleted data, from formatted mobile also. So once data has been collected, once the data has been recovered, this data has to be put on forensic tools. And after utilizing or after processing on forensic tools, we recover all those data, and after recovering, we analyze all those data. Not only recovery is possible, a forensic accountant will analyze this data. And how to do analyze? We have analysis tools also. There are various tools available in market, and these are high costlier tool. 5 crore, 10 crore, 50 crore rupees of tools we do have at our forensic science university. We put those data in all those computer on those tools, and we take out his whole entire history of transactions. So this required a thorough computer knowledge and thorough forensic sciences knowledge. If somebody has presented you this kind of document, he says, sir, this is not my sign, I don't know who signed it. So we have question document and examination tools also, through which once we put it, it will give us a result that this has been signed by you or not. So forensic accounting is not limited to the accounting data. It is beyond it. It is a combination of basics of accounting. It is a combination of digital forensics, cyber security. It is a combination of forensic science, question document and examination also. So this is actually a forensic accounting. This is a bundle. It is not only an accounting which deals with forensic accounting. I hope I had made the concept clear about or your idea or rumor clear about the forensic accounting. So friends, forensic accounting is not about only accounting. It is a combination of forensic science technology, which includes cyber security also, and which includes accounting also, and question documents and examinations also. So this is actually a forensic accounting. Yes, for forensic accounting, fundamental knowledge of accounting is required. That is to be, that you can have it. Now, forensic auditing. Forensic auditing is basically a sub part of an auditing. Let me go through the definition of it. Forensic accounting is an investigation of financial frauds and analysis of various books of accounts to prove or disprove of financial frauds and to be presented in expert witness. So if you forget about the and forensic accounting concepts. Then there are three terms which I am supposed to discuss about forensic accounting, forensic auditing, and fraud examination. So let me take it in this way. Financial accounting and forensic accounting. If you will look at it, normally you might have heard about the chartered accountant. Chartered accountant is a mandatory person in any organizations because he has to give you a statement that yes, your accounts are true and fair. It does not involve any kind of malpractices or mischiefs. So chartered accountant, as per Indian law, is mandatory to justify your accounts, and he will justify that so and so company has prepared his data and it is true and fair. But the difference between forensic accounting and financial accounting is this. Financial accounting stands for chartered accountant. Financial accounting deals with the preparation of data. It starts with journal entries and ends with the preparation of balance sheets, profit and loss account and balance sheets. So a chartered accountant, a normal accountant, has prepared the data. He has noted down the transactions of the businesses. He has prepared profit and loss account. He has prepared balance sheets and all. That's it, done. So this is the task of financial accounting, financial accountant. Now, how would you know that the data which has been prepared by a financial accountant, he does not play with it, or he might not have prepared wrong data? How would you come to know? So this is to be taken care by the right wing, forensic accounting. So forensic accounting will go in depth of data and it will identify कि Mr. So and so accountant ने the data which has prepared उसने कुछ malpractices गालमेल किया है कि नहीं किया है. That is to be taken care by forensic accountant. So financial accounting deal with the preparation of financial data and forensic accounting deal with the analysis of those financial data prepared by an accountant. So if an accountant had made some kind of mischiefs, malpractices, it is to be identified by forensic accountant. Now there are three more concepts about in forensic accounting. One itself is forensic accounting. Second is forensic auditing. And third is fraud examination. Let me take you to, I will explain this point in next PPT. So this will make your concept very much clear. Let me take last point, financial audit and forensic audit. So basically, chartered accountant, let me take an example of Bank of Baroda. And Bank of Baroda offers single branch of, say, suppose Ludhiana. So Ludhiana is a city where there is actually a Bank of Baroda. Now it is in main branch, and in a branch only there are lakhs, and in a day there are thousands and thousands of transactions occurring every day. So suppose 10,000 transactions occur in Bank of Baroda. This is minimal transactions I am talking about. So one day 10,000 transactions. In a year, it would be lakhs and lakhs of transactions, almost more than crore transactions in a year. So auditing is to be done at the end of the year. A chartered accountant would enter into the bank and he will look at the transactions. So suppose 5 crore transactions. So would it be possible for a chartered accountant to analyze all those 5 crore transactions? No. What he will do? He will take a sampling. So out of these 5 crore transactions, he will decide to go for, say, 5,000 transactions. And he will pick up those transactions unanimously. It is sampling also, judgment and sampling, probability sampling, non-probability sampling. He might be using any method. And he will select only 5,000 transactions. एक analysis करेगा, then 2-4,000 जाने देगा, फिर one more he will take, then again he will leave, then again he will take one more transactions. And accordingly, he will analyze the data by taking samples. Only 5,000 samples out of 5 crore transactions of a single bank. Now say, after analyzing these 5,000 transactions only, he will prepare a statement. Yes, my data, the bank data are true and fair. Is it so? Not at all. Because he has only analyzed 5,000 data only. And it is not his purview also to go for almost 1 crore. Say suppose, for example, 10 lakh transactions. So it is not possible for chartered accountant to analyze 10 lakh transactions. Not possible. So he will take a sample of 5,000 transactions only, and analyzing 5,000 transactions, he will prepare his reports. Yes, the data are true and fair. There are no malpractices. There are no frauds in bank. And by analyzing 5,000 transactions, he will prepare a statement. But this is wrong. Now the role of forensic auditing will enter into. Forensic auditor, matlab forensic accountant. Forensic auditor will analyze all 10 lakh transactions. If suppose it is 5 crore transactions, he will analyze all 5 crore transactions. Now how it would be? Again, there are forensic analysis tools. So the data, all 5 crore transactions are to be entered into the forensic accounting tools. Once this entered into, it will automatically generate the result, and it will highlight, pop up. It will highlight, yes, there are frauds. There are possibility of frauds in this type of transactions, and in this transaction. It will, bifurcate the transactions. There are some possibilities of frauds in these types of transactions. He will separately, or he will prepare a separate report of 10,000 transactions. Then again, you will have to, sorry, again, chartered accountant or forensic accountant has to look into these 10,000 transactions. This is actually a forensic accounting. It is not a small job, to analyze 5 crore transactions. But yes, it has been dealt with the help of forensic accounting tools. So once the data entered into the forensic accounting tools, it will process itself and it will give you a result. Then the role of forensic accountant will start. Now he will have to analyze this data. He will have to analyze this data with forensic accounting tools also and with other tools also. So this is basically the difference between financial accounting, forensic accounting, financial audit, and forensic audit. So forensic accounting and forensic auditing is a big deal. Likewise, you use cybersecurity tools to identify the probable risk. Likewise, you are using cybersecurity tools to identify the cyber frauds, cyber attack. Likewise, we at Forensic Science University in forensic accounting program, we use forensic accounting tools to identify financial frauds. I will take the cases in next PPTs. Nirav Modi frauds, 10,000, 11,000 crore frauds. Vijay Mallya, 10,000, 11,000 crore frauds. These all are the classic examples of this kind of financial frauds. If a forensic auditor would enter into, this might not happen. We may stop it in earlier stages also. So now let me conclude the overall meaning of forensic accounting. So if we will look at it, forensic accounting has it is an integration of auditing, fraud examination, and forensic accounting. So while you are preparing, you are doing your business and you are entering the data. So while you are entering the data, you may come across some kind of frauds, fraud examination. So through fraud examination, you will be able to identify that what had happened, when it was happened, where it was happened, and how it has happened. Who executed it? Fraud kisne kiya? And accordingly, you can prevent it, you can detect it, you can investigate the frauds in advance. So fraud investigation is basically a sub part of forensic accounting. Same way, and auditing. Auditing is of two types. One is an internal auditing and is an external auditing. So with the help of auditing, you may come across that what is the risk factor associated with the organizations, how you can internally control it, and an internal mechanism is to be prepared. So if you talk about the cybersecurity, in cybersecurity also, you might have prepared, a kind of firewall, a wall of, it is an anti-virus software, and there are other software which have been installed into the system, for which you are installing कि कोई attack न कर ले. Same way, in auditing also, we have an internal control mechanism. So an internal auditing structure is to be created, so through which a possibility of fraud is to be minimized. So this could be done with an internal auditing. Somewhere you are identifying some risk factors also, through which you may come across that there are the possibility of frauds in this area, like in forensic accounting I'm talking about. Just a second. Likewise, forensic accounting I'm talking about a purchase. Those who are dealt in businesses, those who are working in government organization, they might be knowing about what are the possibilities of frauds in purchase, tendering, tender pooling, and all those things. There are high possibilities of happening frauds in the purchase. So this is a risk assessment, this is a risk precautions area. So I'm taking care in advance in purchase that I'm rotating the people frequently. I'm rotating the people every 2 months or 3 months. So this is my internal control mechanism, where I try to control the possibilities of frauds. So that is known as an internal auditing. Internal auditing could be internal control actually. Internal auditing to be done by, by auditing the financial data, and internal control is to be executed by, controlling the internal area. So controlling the purchase, controlling the sales, controlling the expenditure department, and all those departments, which will lead you to minimize the frauds. So auditing and fraud examination are two pillars of forensic accounting. So while you are going through a forensic accounting subject, you will have to deal with auditing, which is internal auditing as well as external auditing, and you will have to deal with controlling the frauds, fraud examination. This may leads you to the forensic accounting. अब finally ये समझो, you took all the measures to control the frauds. So auditing you did it. अपने you incorporated internal auditing, you incorporated external auditing also. It is done. Then though all those efforts put into, fraud had happened. So next task after controlling auditing, the next task is fraud examination. So समझो मैंने पूरे mechanism introduce कर दिया auditing का, internal control का, फिर भी somebody has found the new faults and he has executed a fraud. So next task comes is fraud examination. So then your task starts with what had happened, when it was happened, where it was happened, who had made it, and accordingly you are coming with this कि fraud हो गया. Then next task is fraud हो गया तो क्या अब इसको छोड़ दे? No. So in that case you will have to take some actions. So how you will take these actions? So this comes under forensic accounting, and that is accounting that provide proof in court of law. So forensic accounting, by using forensic auditing techniques and by using fraud examination techniques, you will construct a proof कि he did this, we have extracted from computers, we have extracted from deleted computers, this we have extracted from internal auditing, this we have extracted from internal CCTV recording that he was present on that day. And accordingly, you prepare a proof, and this proof is to be presented in a court of law, and court is court is bound to accept the proof. So this is basically, I hope I have dealt with the forensic accounting concepts. It does not deal with accounting only. It deals with question documents, it deals with forensic science, it deals with cyber security, and this is a combination of all. So this is not only the accounting is. So finally, what forensic accountant has to do? He has to identify financial frauds and financial irregularities in the businesses with the help of digital forensics, cyber forensics, and all. And the proof which he has identified is to be suitable to be presented in a court of law. So that is the fundamental concept of forensic accounting and fraud examination. Now, after understanding the fundamentals of forensic accounting, let me take you to the various types of financial frauds or white collar crime. Normally, there are two types of crime: white collar crime and blue collar crime. White collar crime is to be executed by an officers, like those who are working in banks or those who have our kind of position, those who are working in universities, banks, offices, companies, corporates, and accordingly. And those who have positions and they execute a frauds, that is white collar crime. White collar financial crime is where a person has executed a crime which occurs a company a financial loss. So that stands for financial crime. And when it is executed by you and my kind of guys, those who have an official position in the organizations, that stands for white collar crime. Blue collar crime is a different part, where a fraud which is executed by laborer, those who do not have our kind of position, those who are working on labors, offices, not in offices, organizations or lower level structure, that stands for a blue collar crime. Now, white collar crime further can be bifurcated into this type, and this is not limited to, see, last मैंने लिखा है many more. So financial frauds, you can say, or white collar crime in forensic accounting language are deals with this kind of frauds. Corporate frauds, those frauds which happen in corporates. Now corporates में तो purchase भी होता है, so frauds related to purchase, sales, and all those frauds. The frauds which are happening in the organization structure of a company and various functions of a company, purchase, sales, operations, marketing, HR, finance, these are the functions of the organizations. So frauds which are happening in the various functions of the organizations, that stands for a corporate frauds. Bank frauds which happens with the bank, internet frauds, cyber frauds, on loan frauds, saving account frauds, locker frauds, that deals with the bank frauds. Then payment frauds. Paytm frauds, Airtel payment bank frauds, Google Pay frauds. You might get a message that 2000 rupees is to be, or 2 lakh rupees is to be debited to your account. Your approval is pending. Please enter the data. You just enter the data. They ask for your account number or ATM card number, your password. Once you enter ATM and password, amount, instead of getting credited, amount is debited from your account. So that stands for a payment frauds, which is happening a very, this is the latest trend in financial frauds. I will take a cases on it. Scams, Nirav Modi scams, Chara Gotala, many other scams. All those scams, Kanimoji and all those. The list is not limited to Nirav Modi scam, Vijay Mallya scam, PMC, latest PMC bank scams. So this deals with extractions of money from the public or from the banks. So this deals with the various types of scams. Tax frauds, which deals with the evasion of tax or avoidance of tax, that deals with the tax frauds. Person has to pay, suppose 5,000 tax, and he hide his income, he do not show his income, or he is supposed to pay some tax on income and he is not paying on it, that stands for a tax frauds. Insurance frauds, big deal. Insurance frauds, in India it is a, sorry, not a philosophy, but it is actually happening in a days that the person who already died, on his name insurance is taken, and after 6 months he shows again died and the insurance is passed. So this kind of frauds, or some intensely burning of your properties, intensely taking a wrong insurance, then raw material burnt out frauds, and all those frauds comes under the insurance frauds. Nowadays, a medical claim frauds, you don't have to hospitalize yourself, just a fake bills and everything has been created. So the insurance frauds. Security frauds, it is an IPO scams frauds. The big deal in this is, abhi halaki it is kam ho gaya hai, but IPO scams frauds, there is a Panchal IPO scam name. There is a list is long, उस पे तो अगर सेशन लेने जाओ तो एक अलग सा सेशन हो सकता है, but security frauds में एक पंचाल IPO scam हुआ था. It was in Ahmedabad only, Gujarat only. So somebody known as Srimati Panchal, kind of lady, she has opened more than 40,000 accounts. 40,000 accounts on fake names. What she did, she put an advertisement in newspaper, send your photo and ID proof. No, at that time ID proof was also not required. Send your photo and signature on this email ID and you will get 10 photos back. So people had sent their photo and signature for getting 10 photos extra back, and on their name numbers of accounts have been opened by their name and on the same addresses. So this is actually basically a security frauds. Security frauds also deals with the cyber frauds also, where when you entered some data, you entered your purchase order into the system, but technically, digitally, it is stopped. It does not allow you to purchase, or it does not allow you to sell. So this also comes under the security frauds. Then money laundering. This is a big deal, big bang actually. The money, black money created in India has been transferred outside India via black money, via money laundering process. And this black money again converted into white and again move back to India as a white money. So that stands for a money laundering. So this is financial transactions moving from, actually money does not go out, in money laundering. Money remain India, but it comes via outside India. Money laundering is altogether a different thing. I'm not going into. But money laundering is the process of converting black money into white. So the task of forensic accounting is also to identify this black money market also. So that deals with the forensic accounting. So these are basically types of white collar crime, but these are not limited to. There are list is many more. Types of financial frauds, narrow in nature. These are the types of financial frauds which are broad in nature. These are the financial frauds which are somewhat narrow in nature. I will keep this discussion towards the organization frauds and bank frauds, because you and me guys, we all are well aware about the financial frauds in organizations and banks. So I will not take you to the security frauds and money laundering and all. We will not discuss this. So types of financial frauds in an organization, if you look into, it is an accounting fraud. The data are to be manipulated. This is the classic case. Accounting fraud is the classic case of Satyam. We will see in the case study. So it is accounting frauds where fake accounts have been created, fake profit and loss account is created, fake balance sheet is created, and accordingly fake data are to be created. Same way, demand draft fraud, nakli demand draft, fake demand draft. Same kind of demand draft is to be created, like fake currency is to be printed, fake DD is to be created, and it is to be presented to another bank, and money is encashed. Nowadays, because of online system, this problem is, I suppose, 99% is resolved, because once you have taken a demand draft in online system, it shows that this demand draft still presents or not. पहले ऐसी कोई system नहीं थी, तो fake demand draft were created. Same way, bill discounting frauds. So as there are many participants who do not belongs to this commerce and management background, so I'm not going into the technicality of it. I will just make your concept clear about the forensic accounting. So this will make this session interactive or interesting. So looking to it, let me go through I'm not going into bill discounting fraud, check kiting, and all those technicalities. But these are the types of financial frauds which are happening in the organizations, which is to be taken care by forensic accountant, like fraudulent loans. So while you are applying for a loan, अब आपको पता होगा कि your record has been shown on CIBIL, your record has been shown on bank system. Once your Aadhaar card is entered into, they have their history and geography all with them. It will be shown that Mr. Barot's CIBIL score is this, Mr. Barot PAN card is this, Aadhaar card is this, his number of bank accounts are these, his number of loans taken from other banks accounts are these. So this will clear the fraudulent loan cases or issues which had not taken care in the cases of Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya. So being a forensic accountant, if a forensic accountant is appointed in a bank, he will look all those perspective, and then he will present to give a loan to Mr. Barot is not risky, we may give loans to him. So this is to be taken care by a forensic accountant. In a future course of action, make sure that RBI is going to make it mandatory that each banks and each organization must have one forensic accountant appointed. Likewise, each bank is mandatory to have chartered accountant. Same way, there would be a future that each organization must have to be a forensic accountant in their organization. So types of financial fraud, phishing and internet fraud, you are aware about. A fake website is created, same like SBI, and once you enter the data money has been withdrawn. So that stands for various types of financial frauds. Now, in forensic accounting language, there are 2 to 3, likewise any subject has its own language. Forensic accounting has also a language in which there are 2 important terms you might come across: red flags and green flags. So red flags is nothing, it is technical term, but red flags is nothing when you see somebody and you say, yaar, isme kuch locha hai. This locha in financial terms, in financial data, is known as red flags. So when you're analyzing some kind of, scrutinizing the data of an organization or a company, you may come across some kind of, fluctuations, some kind of, not consistency, some kind of inconsistent data. Then you say, sir, यहाँ पे कुछ देखना पड़ेगा, मुझे कुछ लोचा लगता है. These locha in forensic accounting language is known as red flags, nothing else. Green flags also kind of risk or symptoms or indicators of frauds. Some situation which is too good to be true. अरे ऐसा भी कभी होता है क्या कि in an organization a person never takes a leave or a single day. In school, if you do not take a leave, then it is to be considered that yes, my son is doing good. But when in organization, when you are heading a purchase department and you are not taking a single day leave, or when you are going for kind of tour of an organization, matlab you are going for an official tour and still you are making a payment from your own pockets. So that stands for there is some kind of red flags here. So this is some kind of too good to be true situations, which is known as a green flags. So red flags and green flags both are risky for the organizations, and these both are symptoms of frauds. So when you come across such kind of issues or some kind of symptoms, you may say that there are some chances of happening frauds. Red flags in banks. So if if a person who is working and who is looking for a loan from a bank, and if suppose I am a bank employee and I have to give loans to you, then how could I identify that these are the red flags? These are some examples of red flags I had mentioned over here. These red flags is, suppose you comes to me and I am a manager and you ask me, Mr. Barod, I require a loan. So I will look at your data, this kind of data. You have excess number of accounts. Being a normal businessman, you have 25 or 30 accounts. You have continuous rollover of loans. You are taking loan from this bank, you paid this loan, again you take a loan from another bank. You are taking frequently overdraft. The list is long. So these are, symptoms where you can say that it is very risky to give loans to you. So this is, being a manager, I will look at your data. The list is long, 10 to 15. The list is long. Looking to this, I will comes to know, I might be aware about, or I might seen that there are some risks to give you a loan. So I might be, restricted to give you a loan. So these are red flags in a banks. So same way red flags in accounting also. This is, list is not limited to some, red flags in accounting, red flags in bank discounting, red flags in check counting, check kitting. So this is, kind of red flags which may perform as a torchlight. Yet you stop it over here. Otherwise, you may have a big loss. So that stands for a red flags. And this is an important task of a forensic accountant that, see, normally, if I'm a normal bank manager, I will not go beyond this. I will see, if suppose you are asking for a loans to me, I will go through. Your profit and loss account is audited by chartered accountant? Yes. Balance sheet is audited? Yes. You have this many assets? Yes. You have these many liabilities? Yes. You have presented all the statements. Now looking to your statement, I will grant you a loan, nothing else. But if I am a forensic accountant, I will go beyond it. Thus this profit and loss account is, or though it is audited by chartered accountant, does this present? You mentioned 5 crore rupees of building. Being a forensic accountant, I will come to your organization and I will say, बताओ मुझे 5 crore की building कहाँ है भाई? And show me the market value report. So this is the task of forensic accountant. You had says you have 5 crore rupees of FD. Now it is, State Bank of India statement, it is stamped. Being a normal bank manager, I do understand, yes, it is State Bank of FD 5 crore. Being a forensic accountant, I will go to SBI Bank and I will cross verify. Does this 5 crore FD is present with you? This has happened in the case of Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya. Sorry, Satyam Computer. This is the case of Satyam Computer. Satyam Computer, I will come on this case very frequently. Satyam Computer has prepared the FDs of State Bank of India by itself. It was stamped by Satyam itself. And it was given to bank and they had taken a loan. So this is the task of forensic accountant. These are red flags. I'm not going into. Let me take you. These are, various types of red flags with bank, customers, loans, and advances. So I'm not going into because time is short. So yes. After going through the thorough understanding of forensic accounting, what is and what is frauds, what are the methods of occurring frauds, what are red flags, green flags, वो सब देख लिया. Problem we identified. Yes, this is the problem. How to come out of it? So to come out of it, being a forensic accountant, you will have to go through these 2 steps: proactive forensic auditing and reactive. Proactive stands for before something wrong had happened, you stop it. So in your organization, you will go for statutory audit, what is done by chartered accountant. You will go through the regulatory compliances, all the compliances you will follow, and you will introduce some diagnosis tool also. Before it happens, आप already computerized सब कर दोगे. That is known as diagnostic tool. You do it, all those things computerized. So before any fraud happen, you stop it out. Or reactive, you did all measures, you have taken all the steps, statutory audit, regulatory compliances, diagnosis, आपने पूरा सब करके रखा था. Even though fraud had happened, then what to do in that case? So that stands for reactive forensic auditing. So investigate cases of suspective frauds. लगा कि यहाँ पे केस है और यहाँ पे ऐसे there are chances of frauds, then you will go for reactive forensic auditing. अब ये कैसे करना है? तो these are the tools. Forensic auditing execution. Qualitative auditing करो या you go for quantitative auditing. Qualitative auditing stands for you implement a fraud prevention program in advance. So before something had happened, आपने पूरा एक structure बनाया भी ऐसे ऐसे काम करना है. You will have to follow these rules and regulations and all those things. So preventive fraud program. Then you aware the people कि don't do this. If you will do this and if you will caught, you will be punished via this. And you educate the people कि इतना इतना ऐसे ऐसे करना है. That is another one. And create anti-fraud environment like this and educating the people. So this is qualitative auditing. You are creating awareness among the people. भाई यहाँ पे जाओगे तो जल जाओगे. So it is something like this. So people won't go there. So it is like preventive auditing is to be created. Qualitative in terms of qualitative in nature. And what is quantitative auditing? So accounting forensics, multimedia forensics, digital forensics, and social media forensics. Now, an organization, there are some chances of occurring of financial frauds. So you will have to stop it out. So to stop it out, you are implementing qualitative auditing program and quantitative auditing program. Now in quantitative auditing, you introduce accounting forensics. But there are tools and technologies available for accounting forensics, digital forensic tools, forensic accounting tools, which is used to minimize the financial frauds. These tools includes, data analytics tools, data analysis tools, then data analysis में वो SPSS and SAS तो वो आएगा. Besides, there are some accounting tools also which are used for data analysis, identification of frauds. Then multimedia forensics. In your organizations, you keep CCTV camera everywhere. So this may leads to, if in an big bazaar or anywhere, if you will go DMart, so there are CCTV cameras on the counter, payment counter, so somebody has it would be an idea if somebody is looking, some eyes on me. So this stands for a multimedia forensics. Digital forensics, this is recovering the data, financial data from the desktop and laptop. We talked in initial stages. And social media forensics, which is very important, this is altogether a different thing or different field. But social media forensics stands for I am heading an organization. And in my organization, a person who has a salary of 25,000 per month. And he is with us for last 3 to 4 years. Suddenly his lifestyle is changed. Though he is having 25,000 rupees of salary, he is coming by car. he is frequently changing his car, he is coming with some kind of new dresses, he wear gold ornaments and all, have costlier watches and all, his lifestyle is changed. And this you can follow it through its Facebook page, Insta page, WhatsApp pages and all other social media, and you come across that his lifestyle is changing. And this lifestyle is changed because he was paid bribery, and through bribery he is earning an extra income, and this bribery he is earning from your businesses for purchase and sales, all those things. For example, he is associated with purchase. So that stands for social media forensics. This also we are teaching at forensic accounting. So this is, forensic accounting is not only about accounting, it is combination of all those things. So that stands for a quantitative auditing. Forensic accounting auditing, forensic auditing execution in advance is oral examination of person involved, one-to-one talk, and detailed examination of profit and loss account, manufacturing account, trading account, balance sheets, director reports. All those things are to be analyzed properly, in detail it is to be analyzed. So that stands for a execution in advance. Yes. Let me sum up over here and let me take some case studies over here. Forensic accounting basically deals with the identification of frauds through auditing and fraud examination. Forensic accounting has its own tools and technologies. It has preventive auditing technologies and reactive auditing technologies. It has qualitative methods also and quantitative methods also. These tools and technologies is a different subject. I'm not going into. What tools and technology use करके you can identify the the perpetrator, the fraudster who execute the fraud. So this is the concept about forensic accounting. Now let me take some case studies over here. I had taken 4 to 5 suppose case study. I'm not sure. Let me check it out. Yeah. Case of bribery. A company on the recommendations of financial officer entered into a contract with ABC Limited for the supply of parts. ABC Limited license was suspended due to certain irregularities in taxes paid. And the finance officer had the knowledge of it, but still recommended to enter into a contract with the ABC Limited. So financial officers, or normal you can say chartered accountant, for example, he has the knowledge of it that ABC's license is expired and he is not a good person to deal with, and the organization may incur a loss in future. He knows it, but he was bribed by the ABC Limited. He has been given some kind of bribery. So in this case, what forensic accountant has to do? A forensic accountant has to do, he has to, before entering into the contract by a finance officer, he will go and properly check. It is his duty. Forensic financial officer, it is not the duty of financial officer. It is the duty of forensic of accountant to look at the all compliances. So he will go for the all analysis of licenses and everything, and he will present, he is this kind of person, we shall not enter into this contract. And accordingly, he can refer it to the financial officers. This is one task of forensic accountant, not limited to, I'm just giving you 1 or 2 examples of it. Let's go through the case. Let's have a look at it. एक बार पढ़ो तो. Here, this is a case study where victim is a bank. Fraudster is a company. This is a good company. Turnover is almost 30 million a year. Staff was of 100, more than 100 people. Operated since 2004 and was in the business of manufacturing. He has asked for a loans to bank, an asset financing of $3 million by mortgaging machinery. So bank companies of this type of old, more than 100 plus employees. So bank has given a loan of 3 million on mortgaging the machinery. So how fraud had happened? Over the period of time, all machinery transferred to another country. the mortgage machinery is transferred to another country. Someday, the company, the person who has taken the loan also flew away. So what is wrong with that? It was finance on machinery. Company is this much old and everything was through. Now the role of forensic accountant entered into that he has to visit every month or twice in a month or once in a 2 months to visit regularly the company. Actually, the fraudster was regularly making a payment of loans. Installment he was paying regular. So for first 6 months, he was paying regularly installment. So manager was not worried about why installment to aa raha hai, why we shall worried about it. So when they have not taken any, they did not took any step to look into the machinery which was financed. So he was paying regular installment for 4 to 5 months. During this time, he took over all those machinery outside India. One day he also flew away. So this is the role of forensic accountant, that he has to regularly visit and he has to look into that those machineries which were financed are available or not. These are, qualitative types of assessment, qualitative steps I talked about here, qualitative auditing. So these are the steps which are related to the qualitative auditing, and this is the job of forensic accountant. It does not deal with any accounting technique, Yes, this is Times of India's headline when Punjab National Bank case has happened of 11,300 crore. And what was that, case study is PNB scam. He was known as the jeweler of the star, Mr. Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi. Few bank employees were also involved. What was their game plan? They had fraudulently obtained, wrongly obtained letter of undertaking. So letter of undertaking is, it is letter of undertaking is that Punjab National Bank has given guarantee on behalf of Nirav Modi that Nirav Modi would pay. Nirav Modi, say suppose he wants to take loan from USA and he wants some guarantor from India. So Punjab National Bank has given guarantee on behalf of Nirav Modi that if Nirav Modi would not pay, we will make a payment of the foreign bank, USA bank. So this is known as LOU. This LOU wrongly taken by Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi and few employees of Punjab National Bank. They created a cartel. The money was transferred to Swift mode. This has been mentioned over here. And not recorded in PNB's record keeping system. Now see, this is a blunder, kind of, that the LOU which has been issued were not recorded in PNB's. So this is a kind of financial frauds which had happened in case of Punjab. It is a short form of the whole case. The case is big. If you go through the newspaper, you will find detailed case study. But this is a nutshell of it. Accordingly, a fake LOU has been created and money has been taken by Nirav Modi from foreign banks of 11,300 something crore, and the Punjab National Bank was the victim of it. Now, how it is to be stopped out? It is the duty of forensic accountant that he will have to make sure that all the compliances and follow-up has been taken care or not. As there was not any person involved, the case had happened. Yes, Satyam Computer, classic case of forensic accounting. This could be happening in India, Whole profit and loss account is fake. Sales account is also fake. Balance sheet was also fake. More than 2,000 employees were also fake. The height is that State Bank of India's FD, fixed deposit statement, were also fake, and their stamp were also fake. And accordingly, they had taken a loan from various banks. And the height again is PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, who is an audit firm, were also, they also kept in dark, because they PwC and all those company, they go through the copy of profit and loss account, copy of balance sheets and all those. They did not look into beyond if it sales ho raha hai ki nahi ho raha hai. Does it any actual sales? There is any actual fixed deposit? They did not look into. They just trust on the certificates. These certificates were printed by Satyam Computer Ramalingaranju itself. This was stamped by also himself, and it was given to another bank for getting a loan. Another bank did not look into that. Does this, profit and loss account present, sales is present, even employees are present or not? Whole things were wrong. So as no, there was not any forensic practices, forensic accounting practices. This was not taken care by it. And that's why almost 7,000 crore rupees frauds, we all are aware about it, these frauds, Ramalinga Raju had happened in 2008. So these are, some cases which put, lights on the importance of forensic accounting field in a future perspective. This is the field which will be in a big demand after 5 to 10 years, because India is a kind of country which highly deals with this kind of financial irregularities, and to regularize these kind of forensic accountants are required. I'm not going into too much case studies because time is short. So let me take you to, this is, I talked about the payment cases, payment frauds. This has happened during COVID-19. 90% of the crime during this were related to this payment frauds. You got a call that PM care mein itne paise dal do required, and it is humble request by Narendra Modi, Honorable Prime Minister of India, and to be a kind, you are transferring 100 rupees or 200 rupees or 500 rupees as a token of gratitude, and these all amounts has been gone to the fraudulent accounts. So these are the classic cases of payment frauds in these COVID-19 situations. Yes. Next, an important task, forensic data analytics. A forensic accountant has to do a forensic data analysis. And this forensic data analysis is to be executed by various tools and techniques. I told you, friends, in the initial session that forensic accountant will analyze all 10 lakh transactions, all 5 crore transactions, and these transactions are to be analyzed via various forensic data analysis tools and techniques. So once you enter your data, it will automatically give you an output that where fraud exists. And this analysis is to be done by 4 ways: descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. Descriptive will tell you what had happened or what has happened. Diagnostic will give you answer, why did this happen? Predictive will tell you what could happen in future based on past data. But I am focusing on prescriptive. Sorry, I am focusing on prescriptive. Prescriptive stands for what business should do. So instead of going for past data and all those things, it is better to be a prescriptive in advance, that to prevent the frauds, what a business person or businessman has to do. That is stands for a prescriptive analysis. All these types of analysis are very important in forensic accounting. All these tools has its own use, but first 3 tools will give you some kind of, first 2 tools will give you some kind of with related to the past data. So yes, lessons could not be learned based except past, so you will have to look into past, and then accordingly you can take a corrective actions in the future. So prescriptive will give you what should be done in a business to prevent from a fraud. Latest development in forensic accounting, or latest trends in forensic accounting, is data analytics, which I talked about. There are tools which are very costly, available for data analytics, financial data analytics, social data analytics, and all those kinds of data analytics tools are available through which a financial data are to be analyzed. Then artificial intelligence, this is very much happening, Amazon, Flipkart, and all those services which is used for purchase and sales. Same way, artificial intelligence services could also be used in financial data analysis. Blockchain, एक questions mark आ रहा है कि would it be a financial accounting or blockchain accounting? So the new trend is arriving is blockchain accounting, where blockchain is integration of the data and of the blocks. So once a data entered into the block, it will not allow you to repeat the data again. So it will prevent the mistakes. It will prevent the duplications. So this would be the future of forensic accounting, which is known as blockchain accounting. Big data, or you can say data mining, it is a talk of the town now, because data mining will lead you to the analysis of data and presenting the report in real-time situations in front of you, either financial in nature or non-financial in nature. These big data or data mining techniques are we already using these data mining techniques at Forensic Sciences University to teach forensic accounting. So that's it from my side about the fundamentals of forensic accounting. Last 10 minutes have left. Questions are welcome. That's it from my end. If any questions, you may ask, please. Yes, sir.
Yes, participants, any question from your side? So participant is asking about, can you explain blockchain in a little bit more?
Okay. See, blockchain is basically, it is sometime, it is in cyber security language, it is known as a connection of blocks, in terms of an accounting, blockchain is a kind of mechanism where the data is to be entered into. It is known as an integrated accounting or integrated data. So once a detail is entered into one block, it is correlated with another block. Nowadays, it is used with cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency is managed by blockchain accounting. Sorry, is managed by blockchain. So once a cryptocurrency is created, it is to be entered into the blockchain, and via blockchain medium, it is managed. It is managed via blockchain medium. So no other same cryptocurrency can be created, and nobody can enter into this chain of a block without the permission of the block holder. Same way, an accounting would be used in blockchain. See, there are some issues with accounting, same data entered twice, thrice, same bill presented twice, thrice, 4 times, same person has been given salary twice, thrice for the particular 1 month. Blockchain is a system which does not allow you to enter the same data again. So it will restrict you to the copy the data. It will restrict you to the multiple payments. So this is a blockchain technology. It is a multiple, or it is a combination of various blocks within the system which has been created. It has its own nodes and all. Once various nodes have been created, nobody can enter into this cycle without the permission of the concerned authority in terms of he has to. Nowadays it is used in cryptocurrency. The person who could not solve this cryptocurrency mechanism could not enter into the blockchain. So to enter into the blockchain, you will have to solve the puzzles of cryptocurrency, and accordingly, once you won the cryptocurrency, you will enter into the blockchain. So blockchain is altogether a different system, but in future blockchain may enter with forensic accounting. Yes.
So there was one more query. It was regarding mortgage fraud is a bank fraud or a corporate fraud?
Which one?
Mortgage fraud.
Mortgage fraud is a
bank fraud or it is a corporate fraud?
Mortgage frauds comes under the definition of bank frauds, because mortgage is taken from banks, so that stands for a bank frauds.
There is one more query. Is forensic accounting good to go for STEM, science, technology, engineering, or management?
See, in the initiation of my session, I told you that people have confusion in our university. Say suppose we have 30 seats only. Out of 30 seats, 20 to 25 students who coming for study, 20 students who belongs to the background of forensic science and engineering and technology and computer science. Some are for management background, commerce background. So it is good for all. It is not something which is hard. For arts, they will have to look into, because arts do not have a knowledge of even commerce, even science, even forensic science, or even computer. But the person who have the knowledge of these computer science, digital forensics, forensic science, and somewhat management, it is useful for them. It is not meant for only commerce graduate. It is a wrong impression in the people that accounting hai to wo to commerce walo ka hai. No, it is not meant for only commerce. It is good for the people of forensic science and computer science people. Yes.
So there is one more query. Is there any nowadays buyback offers are there in laptops and mobiles? Is it safe to have it?
Buyback offers of the authorized people is good to go. Like you can say for Amazon, it is good to go for, because Amazon is a reputed organization and they are doing it very authentically. But for local vendors, you did not do. Even OLX is a big bang, nowadays. Don't go for purchasing and selling through these kind of without authenticating the people.
There is another query, sir. Is there any governing body authority towards framing rules or regulations for forensic accounting?
Good questions. As of today, there is no body, because Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is managing chartered accountants only, but they are going to frame some kind of rules and regulations for forensic financial frauds. As of today, ICAI is also not a body which manages these forensic or financial frauds phenomena. Nobody as of today. In USA, not in foreign, in USA, there is an SOX Act, Sarbanes-Oxley Act, SOX Act they have passed. In India, till today, no mechanism.
So there is another query: why carding is not identified by the forensic accountants, as everyday people are carding products?
Carding stands for what? He wants to ask for carding.
Carding, CRDING. Divyanshu,
I couldn't
can you elaborate your question? You can speak up by unmuting your mic. By that time, there is another query. Kindly elaborate corporate fraud.
Corporate frauds which are happening in the various functions of corporate frauds. The purchase, sales, salary expenses, investments, operations, all those kinds of functions which are an organization is managing. The frauds happen with all those organizations functions. Matlab, frauds happen in the corporates. That stands for a corporate frauds. Yeah, okay. Now I understood the questions of Divyanshu. Yeah, carding is something it is, see, nothing could be used without your stupidity. If you have secure your data properly, you do not share your data with anybody else, nobody can use it. So until and unless if you do not disclose your detail to somebody else, or on your behalf, if somebody yesterday or today's newspaper that some company has disclosed your 30 lakhs users data to reveal it to somebody, they put it in for sale. So until and unless you do not sell your data to some big basket, yes, big basket case, until and unless you or on your behalf, if somebody else do not disclose your data to somebody else, nobody can do it. Yes, Divyanshu is right. There are certain rules and regulations are required to restrict all those practices. But India is, kind of countries where it is to be taken care. But nobody is taking care till today. So this is happening. No rules and regulations are there. That's why it is happening. But this is the reason. Yeah.
Any other query, participants? In Telegram, there are lots of other. Okay. Any other query? No more queries? I think no more. There is another question. Role of SFIO.
Serious Fraud Investigation Offices Delhi, they are also one of the agencies, but they are not actually teaching. They are actually executing the investigation process. So serious fraud investigation office, which is a kind of income tax office or sales tax office, they are an agency who deals with the identification of frauds in various organizations. This is the role of SFIO. Yeah.
Sir, they're asking about, is there any university or institution who is offering this course as a specialization or postgraduate degree?
As of today, in India, National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, India is the only university which is offering this forensic accounting program with the intake of 38 or 30 only. We are offering with all those kinds of equipments and service facilities. We have all those crores and crores rupees of equipment with us. As of today, we are only. Yes.
Any other query? Any area of higher education in this area?
MBA itself is a higher education. If post MBA, if you wish to go for, then you can go for PhD or postdoctorate in financial fraud investigation. Yes, it is done in UK.
Anyone else? I think no query. We should wind up. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Harsh. Your talk was really wonderful. Nowadays, in COVID-19, most of us are using the transactional part. We are not using the liquid cash, and even our Prime Minister Modi ji, he is also suggesting to use the transactional part. They are asking us to use the credit cards and debit cards for any of the purchase, and for that you have enlightened us so many concepts related to this, how fraud detection can be done and what is forensic accounting. You have explained it in a very good way, and even the participants were, from the starting, they were totally attached with the talk. Your talk was really interesting, and it is a demand of the time right now. Whatever is the scenario in India, it is really a demand. Everybody should know about it, whosoever is into digital world. So thank you very much, sir, for sparing your time. It was really a wonderful session, and hope to we will collaborate again for some other engagements like this. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you all participants.
Okay, participants, tomorrow we'll start again sharp at 9:30, and our first talk will be by Dr. Sumitra. She will be she is associate professor and head in CSE department in IIT Ropar. So her talk will be on cryptography and zero knowledge proofs. So be on time. Kindly be online at least 5 to 10 minutes before the start of session, so that session can start exactly at 9:30. Thank you very much. Your feedback session, your feedback link will be shared very shortly on your WhatsApp group, and your attendance will also be shared. Love you.